that might be part of it too. We have been down a lot of people. I should probably like finish setting up the stream so they don't get a white screen.
Probably a good idea. Maybe.
We did it. All right. Well, does anybody else want to do the recap?
I think I can jump in on this.
You got it. Perfect.
If only we had a lore keeper to do this sort of thing.
If only we had a lore keeper.
We went to Mirage mode.
Okay. I think he was gone even before we went on
I was
Mirage.
gonna say, I'm trying to remember where he left off.
I literally
Yes.
dipped right at the end of my arc. I was like, peace. So after
Oh
your
yeah.
arc, we went to Sea Toll to like regroup. And I think you're here for it, but we found out that Varder is working with Ozymandias and also with Uno to find everyone we know and love and use them against us, and also find everyone who hates us and use them against us. So we decided we should probably gather up everyone we know and love and make sure that they don't get used against us. So we gathered up everyone we know and love, except we haven't done anything about Moat's family yet because you've been gone, so they're probably all dead.
I assume so.
But D is here.
But D is with
Oh,
us.
yeah.
And we
Yay.
learned that many of the people that we know and love are in Eisenmar, or near Eisenmar, like a little place next to Eisenmar. So we're going to go get them and take them to Gyara, which is a place where Basu says his folks can keep them all safe. But the problem is, we want to have a
Yara
way
the Warfront?
I think maybe. But we want to find a way to keep them safe from divination, so we're like, how do we do that? And Elise was like, oh, actually, I am the princess on Mirage, and I haven't told you guys that. And if we go to my palace, we can get you anti-divination things.
Technically, she was outed by Varder, but close enough.
Yeah,
Thanks,
you know,
Varder.
same thing. So we went on Mirage on the notion that we could get some anti-divination things that Elise could help us get. Also, she's maybe was like ousted from this place and isn't really welcome here anymore, sort of, kind of.
Actually, like ran.
But we got here to Unmirage and found it to be an absolute nightmare horror show, which is all of the people are just like standing around in the street and seem to have been doing so for days and are like their eyes are burning out of their sockets and they're starving and dehydrating and just standing there and like mumbling incoherently.
Yeah.
Real horror show shit.
Cute.
And this town is also full of seemingly celestials of Chujak?
Zuanu.
Zuanu. There's like birds with blockheads and angels with blockheads and a big giant lion with a blockhead. So anyway, something's up here. We don't really know what. We watched as one person, when they died, their body like Thanos snapping the glove, like turned to dust and was carried away by one of these celestials. So maybe they're like harvesting all these people that are dying.
Oh yeah, a camel. They're like in some sort of trance or something, where they keep repeating phrases. Some of them are laying on the ground. Some of them are standing. Most of them are dying from dehydration and exposure. And we didn't find a single dead one. But it turns out when one died, yeah, they turned to dust. And I think the one is harvesting.
So Elise took us to the like temple palace place where like the royals are, and also I think like a holy place maybe too, to investigate. And also because she says that's where the divination things would be that we came here for anyway, although we've also decided we should probably like help this place. And that's where we are, kind of. I'm sure I'm missing a ton of really important details, but that's where we're at.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll work with it.
So when we left off last time specifically, you guys were inside of the Mastaba, where you had discovered a few things. One of the first things that you discovered is that there's kind of a courtyard over here with several doors in it, each of which, according to Elise, leads to a demiplane that belongs to one of the nobles of the court. Instead of having housing in the city or even within the Mastaba, they each have a demiplane, and they're shaped in all sorts of different ways. And each can, I don't know if she explained how to get into them, but, you know, that's where they do their housing. She did recognize one of the people that was frozen mumbling in the courtyard. She said that it was her mother-in-law, and she seemed to be kind of heading towards her door. There was also a big lion bathing in the pool that you guys ambushed and destroyed before it could really react. Over here, there's a large room with several of these obelisks that seem to contain... I don't even know what the word is for it. It's where you put bodies. It's where you inter bodies in like a vertical fashion. So a tomb of some sort. They are surrounded by this very pure, crisp water that just kind of overwhelms the senses with this watery smell. You also discovered a safe, which I believe you were able to crack into and get a handful of scrolls and some gold, and an assassinated high priest. Nomad was able to connect with that high priest's mind, kind of read through some of his last visions, and determine that he was assassinated by two people in robes, a blue dragonborn and a white feathered Aarakocra, and that those robes had on them a symbol of an eye surrounded by a spider's web, which is the same that you saw on Uno. You also found this locked door, which Elise says is only supposed to be locked in emergencies. She says that she has a key that she might be able to open it with. But Gale had another idea and used Toto to just create a pass wall through it. When he did, you guys were ambushed by several of these bizarre golden scorpions that seemed especially hell-bent on subduing Elise, but you were able to fight most of them off except for one, which you trapped back in this kind of throne room beyond the door by closing the hole that Toto had made. And that is pretty much right where we left off, as you guys had kind of finished this combat and healed up a little bit, and were deciding what to do next.
Notably,
Yeah.
the one that we trapped back there had several of my wounds on it, so unless it had some way to heal from those, it's probably dead. Maybe.
Probably.
Goodness.
Okay, I'm sorry.
A question regarding the dying bodies.
Sure.
Their souls are getting torn out like a reverse revivify?
Oh, boy. I mean, you don't really know.
Hmm. And it's an instant effect, not continuing. Like, this was... I know we got some insight on the magic itself that's doing it. And, like... This isn't, like, an ongoing active effect. This is something that's... It's an instant effect. That's what I recall now.
You're basically asking whether or not you'd be able to, like, dispel it or whatever.
Yeah, it's not dispellable because it's an instant effect. I recall this much at least.
Gotcha. I don't remember
It's
the
been
check,
a while.
but if you did the check and remember that, then that seems legit.
Yeah. Well, no, there was no check. You just told us this.
Gotcha.
But the wording is what's fuzzy to me.
Yeah. Vasu would see that on each of these entranced people, there is a faint aura of necromancy, as well as a very faint aura of conjuration, but no illusion, no enchantment.
Do I get anything from Divine Sense?
This entire place is hallowed. You get strong celestial reads from each of the angels that you guys have encountered. Although I don't think there are any like right next to you for to detect right now. You would also get a very, very strong celestial or holy aura off of the water in this room. Trying to think, is there anything else that would ring up within 30 feet of you? I think that is it.
It's 60 if that matters. I don't think it actually does,
Gotcha.
but if it does.
Gotcha. Yeah, no additional stuff within 60.
Okay. So, Elise, you said your mother-in-law was in one of these doors?
Yeah, so... and she'll start to, like, walk over there. And she kind of leads you back into this courtyard where you can see there are probably 7 or 8 people that are kind of stuck in this trance. Some of them are just kind of sitting and having a picnic. Some of them are walking along the halls. But the one that she is focused on is a Tabaxi woman who has her back kind of towards all of you as you approach, and she seems to be looking over towards one of these doors. And when she takes you back over there, you can see that she's just kind of standing there. Her eyes are giving that 1,000-yard stare. She is on her feet, but she's just kind of mumbling to herself. Well, this isn't right. Why is it so cold? In Sylvan, if it matters. I don't know which of you speak Sylvan.
Here.
Cool.
But also, everyone's connected telepathically now, so
Yeah, Nomad is now he's got group chat telepathy.
I'm
Oh,
like a
nice.
satellite to Dish. As long as we're within 240 feet of each other, we can communicate.
Nice. This is probably pointless, but I will reach a hand out to her mother-in-law, and I will dump some lay on hands into her. I'll do 5 and see if this is a poison or disease. I assume not, but
Yeah, as you pour the
might as well
healing in,
try.
it doesn't seem to snap her out of the trance or anything like that. But you do see that her dry skin begins to kind of moisturize a bit. Her lips become a little bit unchapped. She seems better for sure, and you can probably surmise that she's been standing here without food or water for a very long time, and the healing is definitely appreciated. But all the same, she just continues to stare straight through all of you, totally unaware of her surroundings, just kind of continuing to mumble to herself.
Have I heard of anything like this specifically related to Zuanu?
You might give me a religion check.
Oh
Nomad is
god.
normally incredibly good at religion, but I forget what he rolled. He had not heard of anything like this. He knows a lot of other things about Zuanu, but we'll find out.
Yeah, this specific event never came up to me. At least, like it wasn't familiar. What I do recall was that something like this was normally not something that Zuanu does actively, right? It's
It
he's
seems kind
usually
of
a very passive god, and when
it's,
this thing happens, it's usually someone like an order of people usually leads him to do it, and if they can justify it as like something in his tenets, he'd just do it.
I say this seems almost anti-Zuanu. Like it seems like Zuanu would want these people to just be dead and not stagnated. But anyway,
Yeah, and like I think the thing is he's killing them, but slowly, because gods are idiots, and Nomad will usurp them all.
Perfect.
I'm gonna go to the front door and take a little bit of wire and a pitten and then one of my brass grenades.
Uh-oh.
And I'm just gonna make a simple tripwire trap across the front gate.
Addendum: if Gale doesn't kill them all first.
Excellent. And this is
I am trying to get that sword.
Yeah,
That
we're
is
gonna.
my-
Yeah.
that is my only
Zuanu's
reason-
sword.
That is my only interest in Zuano currently.
It was the only thing like that was mentioned. Remember Zuanu's sword? Yeah, the god killing one.
All right. Which
That's what Gale got in.
which door are you trapping? And I'll come back to you in a second, Moat.
yeah, you're good.
Specifically
Okay.
this front one,
All right. Excellent.
just in case anything tries to come in behind us.
Perfect. I believe that is an intelligence thieves tools check. I would let you do tinker's tools as well if you want. Although they're probably the same for you.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're identical. So.
Okay, sit. Moat, all of the things that Nomad has said so far line up with what you learned about. It all pretty much tracks. You would know that Zuanu tends to be very passive, but that he does lend his power to clerics who believe that they are serving his will as long as they can sort of justify it. Sometimes that means, good things like killing necromancers and killing people who hoard wealth so that their wealth can be redistributed. And sometimes it's used to justify genocide and other terrible things like that. However, even in those cases, it's usually, like the clerics will summon an angel or two to help them. For the angels to show up en masse, like you've seen here, and for them to do it alone without clerics like summoning them, is very, very unusual. Zuanu very rarely intervenes on his own accord. However, with a 20, you would have heard from the Order rare stories, usually after climactic battles and great wars, and also sometimes after tremendous natural disasters. There was once a volcano that erupted that resulted in the deaths of upwards of 20,000 people on an island chain. And for a month or two afterwards, that place was littered with Zuanu's angels. It wasn't clear what they were doing there. It wasn't entirely clear what their purpose was or why they showed up. But it was known as a Greyfall. And there have been similar events after like mass deaths in battle, things like that. Anytime that there is a tremendous simultaneous death, then sometimes Wanu's angels show up for an unknown reason, and then disappear over the next weeks or months.
Just to add some context here too, that we've learned about this city. So it's very like caste structure. You're either like you literally, there's a 4-sided die that you roll when you're born, and you roll whether you're going to go live in the slums or be
well,
elite or be royal. Like you people are like very segmented into their portions of society.
yeah,
Gotcha.
cast.
Caste system, and also this is affecting all the castes. Like the lower parts of town have it going on. This palace has it going on. Everywhere has it going on. And I think Nomad had like a vision of some important queen or somebody vaguely insinuating that she was going to do something terrible.
Yeah, we're not sure if she's the one who did this, but it sounds kind of in her wheelhouse. Also, Moat, would you walk in front of this block that tells you what cast you're in? Or would you like stay away from it? Because fuck that, you have your own destiny.
Wait, hold on. There's a block that tells me what caste I belong in?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Sure
it's
is.
right here.
we identified it, and it like actually does what it says it does.
Of course I fuck with it.
Yeah, in reality, what it does is it checks out the circumstances of your birth, like if you were born into peasantry or not, or like what if you have a bloodline related to outsiders or whatever, and it uses that to decide. It's literally a zodiac thing. And
Notably, though, it seems to actually pick up on some like not obvious things. Like I think it identified like I don't know, Flick as being a like dragon, like a important because it was
Yeah.
like
the highest ones, I think.
yes,
I'm
because
not a
there's like
I'm not a-
lions are the royalty, and then like humans are the middle class, and then eagles are like lower
The
class
lowest
scum,
one. And then
and then
dragons,
dragons
are
are
above
like people are born of like super special circumstances, like destined, fated people or something. And a couple people in our group got that. I can't remember who.
Well, it's about to be Moat.
Right, I assume so.
Yeah, and sure enough, when Moat stands in front of this cube, you watch as its face kind of shifts until it forms the face of a dragon that looks back at you.
Hey.
Hey, look at that. Just like I always knew. But thanks for the confirmation cube.
Confirmation cube.
Sometimes it's
Yes,
nice
who
just
would
to
have
be
known that people with both infernal and celestial blood in them would be a dragon? He looks over at Flick and also at like Moat.
Eh.
I don't think I have any celestial in me.
I don't think Nomad got eagle.
Yeah, apparently I got eagle.
He's nobody. Whoever Commander Jujanta is, who cares about him?
And I
Yeah.
didn't get eagle. Can you believe it?
Yeah, the eagle's the lowest form. You should be happy about that.
Theo got lion, right? Or did he get dragon? Because he's like royalty.
He got
I
lion.
don't remember.
Yep.
Heck, I think Ace got dragon or something.
Ace got dragon. That's who it was, because he's a keeper. Important bloodlines. So that was the thing that I was actually thinking of. It seems to have like actual magic to tell if you're somebody super important, because like it could tell Ace was a keeper. Or at least that's the assumption I'm making.
Okay, this might be a stretch. Oh shit, I'm playing a really stupid character now.
Is it hard to go from Odell to Moat after 2 days?
Okay, this might be a stretch for Moat, but let's see if I can pull it off. Is it reasonable to think that events like mass death all at once that ties to Zuano weaken the veil between like the material plane and the gods? Like, does that?
You could give me a religion or an arcana check. This would be a little stretchy, but we'll say it.
Could I take second? I'll do the arcana
Sure, go for it.
if he does religion.
Yep.
This sounds like a wheelhouse that we want to find out. Also, I keep forgetting we don't do inspiration anymore.
Right. We're switching back to the old style.
Here's my Arcana.
With a 13 religion, you would know that when a creature dies, they are typically first they enter a weird transitive plane, and then the rumor goes and the divination tells that they are taken to the astral plane, where they are kind of called by whatever deity has the most claim on them, if any. And then they kind of journey towards whatever afterlife awaits them based on what their soul is destined to do. Or if they don't have a strong destiny or a strong connection to anything in the afterlife, they continue to roam in the ethereal plane, and either eventually find rest and move on and kind of dissolve away, or they become undead, ghosts and spirits and specters and whatnot. Nomad's take on that, he would understand all of that as well, but he would also know that like the astral plane is a very important part of that equation, and it is known that souls kind of innately have the ability to travel not necessarily at their own will, but without any problems. In other words, sometimes it happens to them instead of because they want to. But souls can pass between the astral, material, and ethereal planes with relative ease compared to a mortal.
Except because of the crosswinds, that's not a thing that happens now.
Seems
Okay,
reasonable.
I may have phrased my question poorly. I guess I meant more like in like world events that result in mass death, or does that always lead to like, oh, a Greyfall, Zuano's angels show up, and then places that undergo a bunch of mass change all at once, then you get like what's her face? Can't think of her name off the top of my head. Elisa's god.
Gotcha.
Suanu.
Bast,
Bast.
thank you.
Or
Um,
Or
Bast.
like, like places where there's a bunch of rebalancing all at once, then you get Adra.
I gotcha. I see what you're saying. There's a little bit of a cycle there. Nothing nearly like so rigid that it would be taught as a religious creed or whatever. But
Okay.
yeah, in a lot of cases, when there is like an incidence of mass death, it just generally happens that leaves a bit of a vacuum, and then that leaves a lot of room for Bast and Sierra to kind of take control and start making changes and growing new things. There's a little bit of a cycle there.
Okay, cool.
I have quite a lot of mana right now, so I have no reason to freak out over the mass genocide that's currently happening. So, shall we continue?
Do you not
Do I not what?
have a reason to freak out over the mass genocide?
Oh, I do. I'm actually less than half mana, so I'm actually freaking out. It's been 2 weeks, I haven't checked. I did summon Lucy over here in the form of a massive demon.
I see her dancing away.
Yeah. This is my firstborn daughter, Lucy. My
It's nice to meet
Lightbringer.
you, Lucy.
Well,
Well-
if we want to keep going, I can try my key. We'll see if it opens that door.
Sure. Shall we ready to attack whatever's behind?
It may
So
be
I
wise.
left something moving around in there. I don't know if it still will be, but we'll
Hmm.
find out, I guess.
Pull the wings out.
All right, she kind of waits for everybody to kind of be at the ready. And once you are, she reaches in and grabs this key. I say key. It's kind of a clear diamond that is surrounded by all of these golden bands, and they spin for a moment until they align in a flat disc around it, and then she presses it into this depression in the center of the door. And for a second or two, there's silence, and then there is this kind of loud, resounding metal noise, somewhere kind of similar to a gong, or possibly even water drum. And she pulls the key out very quickly. She's like, "No, that was the alarm. That I suppose makes sense. When I left this place, it was not on good terms with either side of this fight, so
They must have changed the locks.
they changed the locks, I suspect. At least my key. If we could find another key.
If y'all and I could probably pop her open the old-fashioned way, or if not, Toto did a fine job of it already.
Perhaps.
Did we get in that safe earlier? I forget. Or did we leave that alone?
You did get in the safe. It had a bunch of currency as well as some scrolls.
Yeah, Nomad already plundered the Cursed Gold Volume 2.
Oh no, that he only exchanged diamonds for gold.
I forgot about this
Like-
discussion.
Right. He only exchanged something that was less valuable
Honestly,
to him for something
if
that's more
you-
valuable to him.
Yeah, honestly, if you wish to grab the rest, I don't think it will matter. Those came from Zuanu's followers, and he is killing them anyway.
It is notable that while you were in there looking through all the ledgers and wreckage, something on the order of like 90% of the donations to the church came from one person, and Nomad kind of
Yeah.
noticed that while doing a scrutiny of the paperwork. That one person was Aya Sunglass, who Elise explained is the royal advisor. Yeah, if you want to just pry it open,
Would you
or...
call her a vizier?
Sure, yes, Vizier. Sure.
Ah, she's the culprit.
It may be, I don't know.
In stories pertaining to royalty, it is always the royal vizier who is at fault.
Do you know a lot
They
of
are
stories
secret.
like this?
I do know way too many stories in my head. It is like reading the same story. Oh, it is all the same story. Have you heard of Aladdin?
It was like the Prince of Thieves, yes, yeah. Perhaps.
Did you know that there were over 7 billion iterations of it, and they change all the villains all the time, but it's always the vizier.
That is unusual.
But have you heard of Twisted?
Twisted? No.
Well, it turns out the Vizier isn't actually all that bad of a guy, and he's just trying to do right by everybody else.
Huh.
So maybe,
That's the problem with these new iterations. People just can't be evil anymore.
well, that's because nobody is just evil.
This seems pretty evil to me.
Pretty sure I've met some people that are just evil.
Yeah, but everybody
Everyone.
has a reason for what they do.
Certainly.
Stupid
If anyone
evil
gives
or
the
not.
reason for genocide, it is still evil.
I'm with Gale on this one. I mean, is not giving somebody a second chance not evil in itself?
I think I've
I-
made
I'm
it
not-
clear before that we are all pretty evil.
I'm not talking about second chances here. I just think that maybe we should get their side of the story first.
Yeah, so let's see why they've even affected the lower tiers. I understand punishing the excess up here, but the lower tiers, we've never really checked yet, but it seems to be that they're in limited time. People are dying already.
They're probably dying faster down there than they are up here because it had already been a couple days before they got enough food or water.
Yeah, they
before
were
this.
already starving and thirsty. The priest guy didn't have a key on them, right?
No, he did
It-
not. And
It would have to be members of royalty.
so Elise mentioned there are I think 4 or 5 that I know of, and the priest should have had one. I have to assume that that is why he was killed. I had one. My sister had one. The advisor had one. The only other one that I know was one that I stole and gave to my husband before he died. She might still have it, and she kind of like motions her head back towards the courtyard. Or you may just be able to. She kind of like makes a bashing motion towards Nordo. Or
Sure.
whatever happened with Toto. How did the eye, right?
Yeah, is that something you can do several times? I can't remember.
Pretty sure there's no limitation.
Okay,
So
cool.
the meta knowledge, the only limitation we know is last time Toto did it, he had to do a saving throw for some unknown effects, but there was no effect, so who cares?
Well, he had to make the saving throw if he took damage while keeping it open.
Yeah, I thought
Oh,
when
yeah.
he
Can't
went
do it during
unconscious while it
combat.
was open. Like specifically went unconscious.
Yeah, so I think as long as he doesn't like, as long as he's not doing it in combat and stuff, we should be okay.
I mean, I can take
That
a crack
spider
at
should be
just
dead by now.
breaking her open. I just don't know if it's got other sorts of magic on it. What would keep it? What would hurt me if I tried? You know. Good way to tell that for a nomad.
Hmm?
See if this door's gonna explode on me if I try to just break her down.
I could identify it.
You want to take 10 minutes?
Sure. That's 10 minutes away from my fiendish spirit existing. It's got 50 more minutes. It's fine.
Oh,
It's
no.
a lot of time.
Okay.
All right. You take 10 minutes and identify it, and everybody else kind of just chills out for a little bit while you're working on that. And when you get done, you learn a couple of things. Let's see. The first thing that you learn is that there is a message that has been encoded into it, deliberately and publicly,
God.
specifically for people that identify it. And the message, I'm not going to read it all because it's very long, but it basically says that if you have stumbled upon this building and it is closed and there's no one around to open it, then something terrible must have happened. And if you want to get inside, it details a long ritual, a week-long ritual that consumes about 2,000 gold worth of diamonds. It requires the intricate uses of mirrors and sunlight, but it is basically a way that if you were to stumble upon this and there was no other way to get into it, people that came later could reopen the door and get inside. It is written in Sylvan, which you do understand, and it is kind of written as like a fail-safe for if something terrible happened. The second thing that you learn is that it does have some pretty strong abjuration on it. It would be very difficult to force open, but not impossible, but probably impossible for just a really strong dude. A really strong dude with a plan, maybe.
That's fair.
It's not not impossible to wedge it open. You just, you'd have to either try to strip all of the magic out of it, which you could certainly try to do. You have 3 artificers. Or you would need some sort of, I don't know, an explosion or a plan or some sort of really strong force to open it.
What about
Or
a
we can.
What about a really strong dude whose plan is being a siege weapon?
That is pretty good. It's a start for
That's
sure.
very doable. Nomad, from seeing the stones in here, do we think like they're tied to the door and we can undo them by undoing the tie?
It is certainly possible. You would know that brown is the color often used for abjuration magic and defenses. It is certainly possible that if you smash that, it'll kill the door.
Blow up. So
It will explode, and it is likely to start a chain reaction with the other crystals.
trigger. Let's not do that.
Unless you find a plan for that as well.
Nomad explains this to Nordo at least. That's the thing we can do, and destroying those still stones might help this be easier. But also, we just have the maze eye.
Yeah, if Toto can just make us another little door, that worked out just fine last time, so
Yeah.
might be the thing to do.
Yeah, let's start with that, and if we hit a wall, we'll look for another
And
way.
again, with Nordo.
Just always looking for a reason to bust down a wall, like the Kool-Aid man.
All right. Toto, if you have him, will step up and start to make a hole in this wall.
Yeah.
Does anyone have passive perception better than 17?
Yes.
Toto does.
Toto does?
That's 21.
Toto, unfortunately, is unable to make this check, but Nordo does notice as Toto steps up to begin this. The eye...
Yeah, mine's 17. Just 17.
Perfect. Then Nordo and Nomad do kind of notice as they step back and look at Toto as he begins to do this. The eye has changed a little. There are some red lines on it. It has been covered with these maze-like inscriptions all along its surface, and you notice that now some of those inscriptions are filled with blood. A little bit. Or at least this blood red color. However, there is nothing else that goes wrong, and when he places his paw on it and focuses for a moment, a hole does open, revealing the throne room once again.
Hey, little dragon. I've asked you before if Toto is like a real animal. He said he ain't, right?
I mean, he's real to me, but he's not like the kind of animals that you talk to.
Like organic.
It's
Yeah.
just on account of it looks like maybe his eye's bleeding.
Oh, that might be the leftover pixies. Clean it up. Can I if I rub it with a cloth or like a Q-tip or whatever, like, does it just stay there?
So as you kind of like move it around, um, yeah, you're studying it, and there's no reason that you wouldn't notice. The blood seems to react by shirking away from your finger, and it kind of like flows into different channels of the maze. And if you want, you can kind of like really get in there and eventually trap it and touch it, and it just feels like blood. But you notice that when you pull your hand back, it kind of pulls away and back into the grooves of the eye. It seems to not just be blood. It seems to react a little bit to your presence.
It's even worse than trying to get rid of eye boogers off of a dog.
Oh god, yep. They won't have it. They'll never have it. With that said, as you look inside, you do see that kind of surrounded by this weird Icarus magic goop that was powering it, there is the final golden scorpion collapsed in front of the throne.
I might just pat Snordo's shoulder.
This axe does some damn fine work, don't it?
Incredibly.
Think I'll scoop up that goop? You think that's worth something?
It might be. Let's put some in some vials. Got a few flasks still.
Yeah, you're able to gather up. I mean, honestly, if you really wanted to get in there and find where it's coming from and empty the storage, you could probably get about 2 gallons of what to call this shit.
Oh god, no! I just want the flask.
Okay, all right. You're able to get a flask of. Okay, let me read how these things are powered real quick.
I'm gonna carry 2 gallons. I don't have buckets. Can I make buckets?
Do you have a way to make buckets?
I can fabricate one, but that takes too long.
Come back for it on the way out anyway.
Go and list it as Arcana Mechanical Fuel for now.
Okay.
Crawl through the hole the Toto just made, and oh no, I guess we need unless we need to check on Toto's health. Is he all right, little dragon? You think he needs some fixing up?
I think he seems okay. He can't get rid of this goop though. We'll have to. I'll identify it whenever we're out of here. I think that all of this takes a little bit of priority.
Yeah.
I'm gonna pat Toto apologetically.
Can we make plate mail for him with this light material?
And Derry, if you wanted to try to harvest it and use it, it could be worth a shot.
We have time when we've saved everyone, I suppose.
Probably not worth it. Just he's got pretty good AC, just as is.
That's good.
Nordo, as you step through, you're welcomed not only by the weird smell of these machine parts, but another smell that is familiar to you. Your keen senses pick up on the smell of blood, some of which is kind of soaked into the velvet carpet of this room, and more of which continues deeper in through the halls. You can see that through both of these archways, they seem to lead into a hallway of some sort.
Can I study this blood a little bit and with my survival skills and try to tell what sort of, I don't know, scuffle went down here?
Absolutely. Give me a survival check.
Cool.
Hard to tell. Somebody bled and died, but it has been a while, at least a matter of days, if not weeks. So a lot of it is kind of dried and crisped and hardened. And it also seems that this was a fairly high traffic area. With the 12, you would at least be able to tell that there almost certainly was a scuffle, because you can see some scratches and tears in these kind of nice, delicate rugs that were clearly not meant for combat. A lot of which happens around the throne and around the archways. In other words, you get the sense that there was a battle that probably retreated through these halls.
What can Ace find with his investigation check? As an investigative detective.
Let's find out.
His advantage on them. Woo!
Who needs advantage?
There we go.
Who needs advantage?
As he is kind of carefully studying the scene, he would be able to deduce just from some of the foot traffic patterns and the way that the cuts have been made, that there were bladed weapons used, that there was a sudden assault that came in through these front doors. There was a battle between probably 4 or 5 people versus maybe 3 or 4 people that were guarding the throne. And would also be able to tell that the throne is kind of kicked back in an awkward way, like somebody was quickly removed from the throne and escorted off. It would be very unlikely for the throne to just sit there off kilter naturally, so somebody probably left the scene in a hurry that was sitting on the throne.
How heavy is the throne?
Fairly. It's a pretty big one. It's probably something in the ballpark of 80 to 90 pounds or so.
Okay, someone dragged the dude strong enough to move this throne.
Yeah, it's definitely not just like, oops, I stood up and knocked my chair over. Like, there were some forceful actions involved. Moat, what's up?
Okay, sorry, and I'm kind of backtracking a bit. Has anything in the city given me, like, I guess, sacrificial vibes? Like, do the upper class sacrifice the lower class? Anything along those lines? Anything like that?
You could give me religion or investigation, or even just a perception check, but you'll get a little less insight on that one.
Yeah.
With a 14, Elise has been pretty open about the customs that she was familiar with, and you've seen the city and what has happened in it. There's definitely a strong caste system. There is some strife between the classes, but you haven't seen any sort of indications that they're like bringing people en masse to sacrifice them or anything like that. And in fact, Elise explained while you were in this room over here that even the poor people, even the lowest caste, are kind of brought into this mastaba, and they are laid to rest peacefully and respectfully like everyone else. They treat death as the great equalizer, and they seem to not like force death on the lower class or anything like that.
Gotcha.
With that said, the two, I believe you found the vision. That's right. When Nomad saw the vision of the high priest's assassination, like the two dudes that assassinated them sure looked like cultists, and they definitely had like weird magical daggers that seemed specifically designed for bloodletting. And he described those, but you don't have one on you.
Okay. What do you guys make of all this?
Which, the throne room or everything in general?
The throne room.
Okay.
I'm not gonna make everybody go that far back.
Let's just revisit the whole town.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna
Our
make you guys do
entire
that.
here.
I'm not that cruel.
Hustled out of here in a real hurry. Back this away if we want to keep on pressing forward.
All right, when you step through the hallway, you can see that it leads in two directions. There's a door at either end. And against the door to the right, there is slumped a tabaxi in heavy plate armor. Very regal. It looks pretty much just like Elise's armor, but newer, shinier, fresher, cleaner.
This one
very
must
ornate.
have been killed before the happening.
I said to clarify, does this look like a dead tabaxi or one that's like all stuperific like the other ones?
He is dead, he is bloodied, he is sitting in a pool of his own blood. It looks like he was almost certainly involved in a fight and killed.
Can I discern specific cause of death?
Sure, give me medicine, or yeah, it'd be medicine. Stabs. Lots of stabs with daggers. There is... What else would you get on the 15? You do also notice, with the 15, that his eyes are glassed over and clouded. Like he's blind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any mercenary symbology on him?
You would immediately recognize the crest of the Emerald Company, which could be thought of as a mercenary company, but it's like the official mercenary company of Unmirage. They're so closely entwined that it's usually just thought of as the government's army.
Gotcha.
Or like the Royal Guard.
Right. Technically, they are third party, but they are effectively the Unmirage army. You do see that he has on him another key, very much like Elise's.
They'll just grab that and toss it to Elise.
Yep, she'll hold on
What else
to
does he have on him?
Give me investigation.
Or Ace would like to take second.
Sure.
$18.
I believe he's got reliable. Yeah, so 24.
Yeah.
Between-
Thank goodness for level.
Between the two of you, you find that he has a very, very nice kind of golden longsword. It is humming slightly. It is almost certainly magical, as well as a nice, probably magical shield made of metal. He is carrying a coin purse that has about 18 gold in it, mostly made up in silver and copper, but there are a few gold pieces in there as well. You would find, let's see, he has papers proving his identity, although Elise is able to very quickly confirm. He is Zahira Saha, who was the knight captain. Let's see, anything else of import? That would be it. That's kind of the only useful stuff on him. Oh, right. The plate armor is mundane, but it is plate armor if you wanted it.
Alright, no other keys or anything.
No other keys, nothing like that.
Okay, cool. We have this one, so it might be important for later. Zahira Saha.
Knight
Saja?
captain. Saha.
Yes, Saha.
He was a good fighter, a good man. I don't know how he got wrapped up in all this. He always seemed indifferent to the politics.
They must have been overwhelmed. They have a duty to protect the people they're paid to protect, right?
Yeah, that concerns me. He was a good fighter. At least as good as I was. Better, maybe.
Oh. Does it seem like the footsteps and the scuffle led to the right? That's why he's over there? Or did they kill him and then go to the other side?
Yeah, even just with like a baseline without needing to make a check, you can tell that most of the blood is leading to the right, as well as the footsteps and abrasions indicating that there was a fight. They seem to go through the door behind him, which is a pretty heavy metal door with an inscription of a dragon on it.
Shall we? Was it right?
Okay.
All right.
Good as
Fine,
any.
okay.
You step up and open the door, and you find that the handle turns and it pushes about like a fraction of an inch, and then immediately hits resistance. Like there's something barring it on the other side.
Probably more dead bodies. Let's keep pushing.
I bet a dragon has to open it, maybe? I'll put my hand on it and try to open it.
All right, give me athletics check.
It could be completely wrong here. Athletics. Of course.
Yeah. You push and push and push with all your might, and you can tell that like it opens just a fraction, but then it immediately hits some sort of a solid surface, like it's barred.
You guys, that cube was a liar.
Behind you, the other door, it looks very similar, except it has an inscription of a lion.
You're looking a little bit rusty, Mo. Let me take a crack at that.
All right, give me athletics.
Sorry, it's been this month-long coma.
Are you alright? Have you been eating well?
No, I've been in a coma, so
All right.
somebody food tubed me.
Nordo, you immediately hit this resistance as well, but then you put your weight into it. You kind of press your shoulder against it. You put that siege weapon to good use, and you can almost feel the metal strain and threaten to bend from the pressure that you're putting on it. And as you push and push and push, there is suddenly kind of a howling whistle, like wind that is pouring through the crack as you're trying to push this thing open, and this very faint glimmer of blue and green light. But even with all of that might, you're only able to hold it against this force for a second or two, until it's just too much force. You can feel that there's something actively pushing some sort of a solid object against this door, and whatever it is, it's stronger than you.
Okay. I'll let up. I don't think it's just bodies on the other side of that door. I think there's something a whole lot bigger.
Toto?
Yeah, let Toto make a hole.
Very casually, like turns to Toto, and then he like, moves aside.
Why did we wait till level 17 to start using Toto to bypass entire dungeons?
I usually like the
Probably
fun
because
path.
of the consequences.
Probably just consequences.
All right. Toto places a paw against this thing and produces a hole. And when he does, the hole opens through the door, and you can see immediately on the other side of it. The door itself is only about 4 or 5 inches thick, which is pretty fucking thick for a door, but still less than 5 feet. And on the other side, there is just a mountain of rubble that fills the entire field of what you're able to see. It is hard to tell how deep it goes. It immediately kind of greets you on the other side of this hole, and you do see that there are bits of kind of green light that seem to be illuminating from the backside of these rocks. Cracks of light coming through.
Shall we dig, or shall we go the other way?
Um, Actually, reading how this works, Nordo and Toto, I need dexterity saving throws. Several of these boulders are forcefully ejected through the hole and just careen down the hall towards the two of you.
Drake's BRB, you might want to roll for him.
Oh, yep. Toto's got good dex saves. Oh, I shouldn't have said anything out loud.
13's not bad for a big robot.
It's not bad. Nordo, you take 9 points of bludgeoning damage as one of these rocks just like comes flying out and cracks you in the shoulder. Toto takes a tremendous amount of damage, basically right to the face, because these boulders engulf right where he opened the hole. 18 points of bludgeoning damage.
I ain't take shit, I got evasion, bruh.
God.
Cracks off the old shell.
Yep.
Can I mend Toto back? Somebody, he is our key through this dungeon. It's an action now to cast mending, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything stopping you. I forget the exact rules for it, and Drake will know what they are, but
I think it's like 2d6. And we can just do it until he's back. I just mostly feel bad that Toto got injured while he's being feed.
whoops.
Right, so shall we dig through? Can we tell that the structural damage is gonna be the whole way, and it's gonna be a pain in the ass to go there?
Even after all of these rocks are forcefully ejected and slammed in Nordo and Toto, there is still like plenty beyond the hole that you can see. You might be able
We
to
can
dig
see
through.
light
You
for
can.
some reason.
You might be able to dig through. It might take some time. Hard to say.
Can I get my manifested mind and just squeeze through the cracks and go through?
How big is it?
Tiny.
How like what? Do you know what the actual size is? It's basically a brain, right? A kobold
Here,
brain.
let me pull up the thing, because it's technically just this weird translucent figure. Background? No, it's not there. It's in
No,
class.
it's in class. Yeah. I'm digging it up too.
Should be in channel. No, it's in my artificer stuff. God, I have a lot of abilities. I only recently started using object reading. That came up a few levels ago. Manifested mind. Where are you? There you go. Manifest mind. I'm gonna. Do you want me to post it here or just
Sure,
send
go
it
for
to
it.
you on Telegram so it's easier to read? Because this is gonna.
Either one's fine.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Trying to figure out why this isn't showing up for me. What the fuck?
There you go. Manifest mind. Let's see if this allows it to go through. I know it can't go through objects, so I have to be able to squeeze it. So light goes through, maybe? It sheds dim light. I determine its appearance. It's a tiny
Interesting.
spectral presence.
Does it have a strength score?
I don't think it does.
Intangible.
It's intangible is the thing, right?
Okay. Let's just make a spellcasting check. Give me an
Sure.
intelligence check.
Here's some raw ant.
That's pretty solid. You are able to kind of take this mind and begin to weasel its way through these boulders as best as you can. And when you are able to get to the other side, you can see through its senses, right?
Yes, but I'm not going to do that. It turns out that is concentration.
Okay, all right.
And I will end this 8th level of Initiative if I do that.
Right,
This
right.
was a waste.
All right. Well,
I could poof Nibbler through there. Now I can do it, but I think that's also a concentration.
All right. At the very least, you're able to see that this thing is able to kind of like find a way to slip through all of this. It seems to be fighting against some sort of force as it's doing so, but it is intangible and it kind of just doesn't care about the laws of physics. So it kind of just hops from rock to rock and weasels through cracks until it's out of sight. And unless it has some way to communicate back to you, it just disappears for a while. It makes its way somewhere.
Can I feel how far it goes?
You would probably at least have like a basic connection. You can tell that it is maybe 15 feet, 20 feet away.
Okay. They just like poofs back. It's at least 15 to 20 feet of rubble here, I imagine. We could dig or we could go the other way around. I don't think we can maze-eye the entire thing.
I think digging's a bad idea. Just got done shooting them big old stones out of me and Toto. Expect we'd see a whole lot more of that if we keep digging.
Do we get the sense that the entire whatever wing that is was just destroyed?
Hard to say.
Can I?
Looking
It's
at some of the
architecture check.
looking at some of the rubble that came out. Oh yeah, do you have architecture? You can give me a check if you have it. Mason's tools or anything like that.
Moat had something to say first before that.
Yeah, go ahead, Mo.
Sorry, while this hole is open, I can see in there. Can I just pop a divine sense? I don't think it's going to lead to anything, but just why not try?
Yeah, you would get a rapidly deteriorating sense that this rubble came from a holy place, a hallowed place. It seems that it has, like, this rubble has been ripped free and is therefore losing some of that protection.
Okay.
But at the very least, it seems like this was made of the same hallowed area that the rest of the mastaba is.
Gotcha.
Everything in here, including like the throne room, is all under the protection of Hallow.
I don't have masonry tools. I could get it.
Does blacksmithing help?
Might.
At the very least, you can see that there are bits of flooring on some of these rubbles, like this is a destroyed floor possibly. And Elise will look and says, yeah, that is the tile they used in there. That place was kind of a restricted holy site of sorts. It was said to lead down to the Underdark and eventually to the River of Souls itself.
Underdark. River of Souls.
I don't know if I believe in that, just as I don't know how I feel about all of this, caste stuff either, but the rumor is it helps souls move to the afterlife. Maybe it was just a legend. It is worth mentioning that it is also secretly connected to our vault, and perhaps it was just a way of protecting the treasure inside the vault. I never saw it myself. It is all stone.
Did you want to get in there?
Sure, if you can do it safely, you're up.
I mean, I was kind of asking everybody, but Elise especially. You think we might find something back there that we're looking for?
Almost certainly. It's not supposed to be destroyed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind getting back there and seeing what's going on. Don't have a lot in the way of helping that happen, but I can do whatever you need me to.
Oh, well. Okay, so I have a thing that lets you go into stone, but not like actually move around in it. So never mind.
Can you like move earth to stone?
Uh,
Excavating probably isn't safe.
yeah.
So the closest thing you can do with mold earth is turn difficult terrain into normal terrain, but that's not quite enough to do this.
Yeah, turn this
I
blocked passage into regular passage.
was gonna try to hit up to 10 people with meld into stone for free, but we couldn't actually do anything with it other than just go into the rock.
Yeah.
I thought meld with stone let you like move around within stone too.
No, it just lets you like
It's
chill
like
out in it.
trees tried, where you can go into a tree, come out of another tree.
I don't think it's even that. I think you just
No,
step into a wall and
Yeah.
step back out of the wall in
Yeah,
the same
you can-
spot.
Yeah,
you can
that's
use-
what like.
You can use your movement to leave the stone where you entered it, which ends the spell. You otherwise cannot move.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
in and out same place.
Well, we don't want to mess around with that in case it ends up either super dangerous or just tons of rubble. Should we go the other way?
Yeah, for now. Depending on how long we intend to stay here, if we take some time, I can prepare some ingredients to get rid of that rubble.
Is it explosive?
No, much safer, less interesting, but safer. It'd be
Fair.
messy, but it would get us through safely.
Would it be safer for Toto to close this maze door for now?
Yeah, and I assume that he would have closed it at this point.
I want to see the physics
Temporarily.
around closing a door around rocks.
You do see that as the portal closes, some of these boulders are kind of forcefully ejected in one side or out the other. So they kind of spill out a few additional inches as they're pushed free.
I'd like to
Okay.
carefully watch Toto's eye while he closes it.
Sure, give me a perception check.
Can I watch the light while he's doing that?
Sure, give me a perception check. With the 17, you can definitely tell that whatever that blood is, it seems to be kind of liquidy. It moves around a little bit. But nothing terribly unusual happens as he's opening or closing the hole.
Okay.
Moat with a 15, the faint green light, it just kind of looks like faint green light. With a 15, yeah, it looks like faint green light.
Cool.
Yep. Nothing
Yeah,
unusual
yeah.
happens with it as it closes.
Yeah.
Well, maybe just press on the other way for now, see if something lends itself to tell us where we should go.
Right. To the left.
All right.
I'll try to press on the door, see if it'll open. Maybe it's the same thing.
This one does give, and it's a heavy door, but it doesn't have anything blocking it, and it does open up just fine into what appears to be a large dining hall, very regal, and littered with the signs of a battle. There's blood spilled all over the tiles. There are bodies that are strewn across the tables. A handful of nobles, a handful of soldiers, just kind of a mess of things. There is kind of a grand table at the far side of the room with two large throne-like chairs seated in them. But there are no signs of anyone living in here. You can see that there is a door at the far back right and two doors along the left, one close and one far. You can see that there is still food on the tables. There are spilled drinks and glasses that still have liquid and wine in them. The food is bad and spoiled, but still there.
I'd like to just a really quick once over these bodies, make sure that their causes of death seem to track with that guard back there. Just lots and lots of stabs.
Absolutely. Give me a medicine check.
I'm just gonna put a hand on Elise and keep her out of the room.
I mean, I guess I kind of knew that it was a possibility. These were good fighters, good men. It's dumb for them to die for something dumb. Norda, looking it over, it appears to be more of the same. You see that there are lots of slash wounds, lots of dagger stabs. But you do notice with the 23, there are 2 more people that have glassed over eyes. There is... I feel like that would probably be the only thing that you notice. Let me double check.
And the glassed over eyes, do they appear to be like, I don't know, an injury? Like the eyes were burnt with acid or something? Or more like they just seem to be blind people?
With the 23, it looks natural. It looks like these were naturally people who had been blind for years possibly, and the eyes had simply deteriorated. You don't see any signs of poison, any signs of injury or cutting or laceration. It just kind of looks like they were blind.
Okay. Is any of the food poisoned?
A lot of it would probably be unsafe to eat. The meat has been out for at least 3 or 4 days by the look of it, if not longer. The wine's probably still okay. The water's probably fine. You know, there might be bread that is technically edible. If you have a way to like actually detect poison, you can.
The closest thing I've got is cook's utensils. I don't think that really helps with poison.
I think it actually explicitly does.
Does it?
I think
on food specifically too.
yeah, you can give me a cook's tools.
Terrific.
I'm gonna look this up.
I don't know why I'm bothering to look, because I just determined that all the people were stabbed to death, but you know. Maybe they were also poisoned.
Looking it over, you don't see any signs of foul play, or smell any signs of foul play, or see like the signs of food getting miscolored by the presence of poison or anything like that. You're also able to determine that everything here was probably prepared and served about 9 days ago. Seems about right.
Okay, and does that track with like how long these bodies seem to be dead?
It seems pretty close to right, yeah.
Okay.
For the sake of this, and just because I'm curious, and just in case, can I throw a Flash of Genius on that to make it a 20?
Absolutely. With a 20, what else would you get on a 20? You can tell that the food that is at this table is of much higher quality, and you can also tell that it has been through a tester. It is there is a plate that is sitting at the far end that seems to have a very small portion of each thing. It seems that was probably specifically the food that was served to the nobility, to the royals, and they had a taste tester specifically to prevent poisoning. And with a 20, you would be able to tell that it had been tasted and some time had passed. In other words, if it had been poisoned, you would expect to find signs of like an outrage or something like that. Everything here about the food appears normal, including the fact that it was tested and then given to the royals.
I really like the dynamic of the two like features that led to these conclusions. Because Nordo, sure as shit, has no idea what a food taster is or why. He's probably like, "Wow, hey, anyone know why they would put a little plate over here with just a few little things?" And then King Gale was like, "Yeah, it's a taster."
Wait, you ate your own food? I bet you chew your own food too, don't you?
I had peasants to chew my food and regurgitate it down my gullet.
I baby birded tacos.
All right, I'll take a moment to like at least get these bodies into. I mean, I'm not gonna like bury them or anything, but sit them up against a wall and kind of clean the room up to the extent that it's less nightmarish for Elise to walk through it at least.
And you do see that when she comes in, like, it's disturbing, but she doesn't seem to have, like, strong emotional connections to these people. She has seen dead guards before, and although it is saddening her, like, she's not super, super upset by it. She keeps her composure.
Cool. Just so she literally aren't, like, tripping over people that she knows.
Right.
Anyway, after that, I'll just try one of these doors. So, can I tell which one is probably the kitchen or leads to the kitchen?
Yeah, with that check, you'd be able to tell that this one is almost certainly the kitchen.
Okay, well, I'll pop that door open first.
All right, as you pop it open, without even needing a check, you meet like a little bit of light resistance, but then you hear kind of a thud from the other side, like whatever was leaning against the door has been pushed open. And as you open it the rest of the way, you can see that what was leaning against it was a catatonic tabaxi, who was kind of braced against it with his hands out, like trying to hold the door shut, like he was like trying to hold the door shut because he knew there was something dangerous outside. But in his current state, he can't actually provide any meaningful resistance, and he is now just laying on his back, mumbling catatonic, like, "Oh, safe here. What did they do? What did they do? What did they do? What happened? Is everyone okay?" And you can see that kind of cowered in the corner, deeper into the kitchen, there are just 2 or 3 more servants and cooks that are just kind of frozen in this catatonic state, looking towards the door with fear, but mumbling nothings to themselves as you approach.
Safe from what? What you hiding from in here?
Just like all of the other catatonic people, you get absolutely no response. Wave your hand in front of their face, they stare right through it.
Okay. Is this like a pantry back here?
Yeah, so that south wall is just a pantry, but you do see that there's a door that opens up into probably like a storage room.
I'll open that one too.
All right, this one, as you open, is pitch black. You can see that there are sconces where torches were probably held, rather than magical lighting. Not sure why, but it is currently pitch black. Through the bit of light that comes in behind you, you can see that there are a handful of wooden shelves that have supplies on them. Cooking supplies for the most part, but also barrels of wine and things like that. And even with just the little bit of light that filters in behind you, you can see that there are 5 or 6 bodies that are hidden between the shelves, trying to just stay out of sight, and they all just kind of babble in the dark incoherently as you enter.
They're not bodies yet.
You already mentioned
Speaking
this, but did it look like there was a struggle with any of the killed people?
Absolutely. All of these guards look like they put up a fight. You can see that many of them have strong grips on their weapons, or even died with their weapons in their hands. You can see, signs that they fought back at least.
While this is going on, can I investigate the guard bodies to see if they have anything important in them?
Absolutely. Hit me.
Ace is second. Let's keep it up, guys.
1324.
Thank God for Ace's 24.
Yeah. Altogether, there's about 14 gold worth of coins on their coin purses. All of them have just basic magic longswords. They essentially just have a cantrip stone in each of them to apply the fact that it is magical to overcome resistances. You do find 4 mundane plates of half plate and 2 mundane sets of plate armor, and 6 metal shields. They don't have
Nothing
any.
else,
They have paperwork confirming their identities. Elise doesn't recognize any of them, and would know from their ranks that they were probably just rank and file royal guard. None of them have keys. None of them have anything that really stands out as interesting.
Could I take some of the paperwork from, say, the night captain? Ask Elise if that's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do I like? Do I just say paperwork? Inventory.
Yeah, go ahead and put Zahira Saha's paperwork.
Sure. Zahira Saha. Good, that's it.
As you are kind of doing your investigation, looking it over, you do see that there are very strong indicators that the struggle led towards this back right door. There are a lot of scuffs and marks and signs of battle over by that.
Why do you think these people were left?
Because they can't fight.
No, I mean the bodies. Everyone else who's been killed, at least from exposure, has been taken, but why weren't the murdered bodies taken too?
Can we tell that this all happened at the same time?
Oh boy. I mean, you could give me like an investigation check.
Sure. A second, please. I don't trust our rolls right now. the working theory is that they were frozen after the scuffle, but that guy was like,
They would have been frozen
yeah, they would.
fairly quickly if these people were hiding because of the fight. Would have happened almost immediately after it, or very shortly after.
That definitely
That's
tracks.
right.
Ace kind of feels like that lines up with his thoughts as well. He does note, and you guys have already kind of picked up on it, that the people left behind are people who seem to have been like killed or died unnaturally. In other words, they weren't killed by exposure to the elements. Maybe
I
that's
believe
connected
it's
somehow.
because they're a third party.
But they're not. They're members of the city. They should
They
still
are
be
member
the same way.
party who work for it. They're not exactly, they're considered. What's the word I'm looking for here? A member of the royal force, the military, but originally they were just mercenaries, were they not?
They are technically mercenaries, but they only have one customer, and it's the government. It's private for the sake of calling it private. It was a political thing more than anything else.
It is the only connection I can think of.
That doesn't cover the priest, though.
Yeah, the priest was killed before all this happened, however.
Right. So basically, anyone who was killed before the whatever started wasn't taken, which means that whatever this ritual is specifically linked to taking these people. It's not just that Zuanu is like taking anyone who dies here. It's specifically people have to die of exposure.
This might be kind of out there and not particularly related, but I kind of wonder if Zuano is almost doing this to save them so that they can die, if that makes sense. I mean, if the Crosswinds is collecting souls, if they died now, that doesn't serve his goal at all.
Yeah, that
But
does
if
make sense.
but if they're stagnated until the Crosswinds is dealt with,
It's also possible that we will find the culprit underground. Though I doubt they're still here after 9 days.
I don't know what I missed. Sorry, the baby's being difficult tonight, but I would
Being
like to. I would like to search this pantry for expensive or important
non-perishables?
spices.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Nordo goes into cook mode, seeing all these like fancy ass spices.
Absolutely.
Look at these.
Give me like a wisdom cooking check or like an intelligence cooking check. Any sort of cooking you can justify, really.
Is that some fucking saffron?
Right.
Oh yeah. Walking into here is like hitting the lottery. There is stuff here that you have only heard in stories about princes and royalty, and they don't just have it; they have it like by the barrel full. Yeah, a lot of it is stuff that is very well preserved. It is made to be kept for a long time, and a good deal of it is stuff that they import probably regularly and has gone bad since then. You're definitely not going to take any of the fruit. The fruit has all gone bad. Yeah, you've got something on the order of, let me do a little quick math here.
Oh my god, they've got forever a virgin olive oil. They've even got Prince Albert in a can.
I don't think you can say that on Twitch. The
Yeah, you're
virgin
right.
olive oil.
There is about 418 gold worth of just exquisite spices and cooking supplies.
Excellent. Is it too much for me to carry?
Yes, I mean, it's an entire pantry's worth. This is like a 10 by 10 room, and it's got 3 shelves full of all of it. But if you were to focus and like just grab the really expensive stuff, you could probably stuff a backpack full of, the fineries.
If you
Okay.
want, Nordo, maybe the bag of holdings.
I would say I've got a pretty empty bag of holding that you can definitely store spices in.
Yeah, you walk around the corner mode talking about the crosswinds and what's happening to souls and these battling nobles. And Nordo's like, look at these spices, Moth. They got saffron, but they got a barrel full of saffron over here.
A barrel of saffron? Holy
Do you know
shit!
how
And I reach for my bag.
They make the best paella. Do you know how to make paella?
I ain't never heard the word paella. What's in it?
Oh, it's delicious. I'll show you sometime.
Or I can make it good once you teach me.
As long as we
Especially-
do not associate it with dead bodies, it'll be fine.
Especially with a collection of spices like this. Move out the way, and I shove one of these babbling nobles to get to his barrel of saffron.
It's the little victories, the little ones.
But yeah, if boat's amenable to it, I'll stuff as much of this fine cooking stuff as I can into a bag.
Yeah, my bag is full of like sand and hermits, so
I'm glad I'm not
I
the only one
forgot.
who keeps a bag of sand on their character.
That's moon sand too, I believe.
Oh man,
it's
I
moon
think-
sand.
No, it's worse. It was like
It's moon sand and it's also like deep sea sand,
Yeah, it's like
which
Oh,
is
right.
just sand.
Or just sand.
Separate them?
it's
Do you have
just
a big-
sand and
like,
fish
can you
shit.
label them?
And then like a hermit crab somewhere who's definitely dead by now.
he died 10 minutes after you put him in the bag.
Of course he did.
Oh,
Poor hermit crab.
I thought he was my little friend that the fortune teller told me about.
Still
You
not
didn't
my
give
little
him any
friend.
air. I'm gonna check this door over here while everyone's gathering spices.
All right, the one in the top left here, over here.
Imagine someone else is going to check that one anyway.
All right. Yeah, we'll just do them both real quick. The one down here in the bottom, just looks like it is a very nice bathroom. They have indoor plumbing. They have a little bit of magic that helps out too. And you do find that in one of the stalls, there's another noble who is kind of stuck in a state like he's heard something go on outside, and is like just kind of hanging out in here to stay safe, I guess, until he finds out what happens.
I thought we were gonna catch someone just sitting on the loo.
I mean, that's basically what happens, yeah. Is if you check all these stalls and you find a dude that is just kind of hiding in this stall.
Oh, he doesn't have his pants down.
He doesn't, thankfully.
He wasn't merciful to one who didn't strike him down while he was pooping.
Through the other door, though, you find a very simple room. There is tucked against the corner of it a corpse that has been burnt, and you can see scorch marks that rise up the sides of the stone wall, like he was set on fire and burned right here where he is. And then against the east side of the room, you see that there is a floor-to-ceiling silver mirror with beautiful ornate frame around it.
Friends, over here. This corpse was killed differently than the others.
Does this corpse appear to have been like stabbed a whole bunch and then brought in here and then burnt, or just like burnt right here?
Give me a medicine check.
Blasted against the
Or
wall.
investigation, either one.
I'll do investigation. You can do medicine.
Nordo, that does definitely seem to be the case. At first, it looks like he was just burned, but then when you're studying the parts of them that are kind of under the clothes and have survived a bit better, you do definitely see signs of damage from a longsword. You see big old, like, cleaving hits. It appears that he fought out there, probably took some lethal injuries, died, and then was dragged in here and set on fire separately.
Why?
He did not die from the burning.
Okay.
Nomad, as you're helping with this investigation, you can determine that there's no sign of plate armor on him, nor is there any fancy jewelry, as is on most of the nobles. The only two things that you do find are a charred and burnt dagger that is kind of curved in a bloodletting manner, and another item which is in good shape and therefore almost certainly magical. I don't know if any of you would recognize it. Do any of you have weaver's tools or any background with like clothing making or weaving?
I don't.
I was friends with a leather worker in my backstory, but I don't know if that counts.
Law makes clothes.
Anybody that wants to can make just the flat raw intelligence check if you want.
Oh, thank God.
I'm bringing it to Elise anyway.
Oh fuck, if she knows, let's find out.
Yeah, what is this?
Oh, it's so much more fun if nobody knows, and that might actually be the case.
Someone's gotta do it. Not me.
Oh my goodness, I might get away with an int check for once.
I'm identify it if it's magic anyway. So, what else is in this room?
A mirror. There is a big silver mirror with a very ornate frame. And that appears to be it.
Vasu, is that magic?
I don't know. Is it magic?
Yeah, Vasu is able to immediately tell that the mirror has some conjuration and abjuration on it, and this strange object has some conjuration on it. That is what the object looks like. None of you know what it is, except that it's magical, and that this guy is clutching it.
Is that a fucking spindle thing? For a spinning wheel?
Incense burner?
It appears to be just kind of this wooden rod. There's a hole that goes all the way down its length through the middle there. It's a weird angle to see it in that particular picture, but that does go all the way through. And then there is kind of a metal part that kind of runs through the middle of that, almost like an abacus. And that metal part can kind of fold out as if something can be put on it or around it and then closed back into the wooden frame.
I do not think this is a key or anything, but it wasn't the corpse and they didn't take it. They took everything else, it seems. Or whatever. Everything was burned. He doesn't have any papers on him?
No papers, no money, no possessions. Little bits of burnt and charred cloth.
Did he look like he would have been wearing armor? Like he's wearing a gambeson?
No. The cloth that he was wearing appears to just be kind of plain robes.
This must a robe, like a noble. Or what? A sorcerer. Some magic caster, some holy person. Can we tell the nature of the robes?
With your investigation check, 28 is pretty good. The robes, so a lot of the robes that these nobles are wearing have bits of jewelry or gems or sequins or things that are kind of embedded into them. Valuable, and you get the sense that these robes were probably pretty plain. You don't see any signs of jewelry or adornments or embellishments. He's not wearing earrings or necklaces and jewelry. And oddly, all of these other nobles still are. There are valuable bits of jewelry and necklaces on all of them that this corpse does not have.
This might not be one of them. Mind if I take his head? Like, Elise, is this someone you know?
I don't know if I would even know.
He is horribly maimed.
There is not much to identify.
Would you mind if I took his head?
It makes no difference to me.
Yeah, you should be taking all those Rishrex jewelry. You're already taking the saffron. You know how expensive saffron is?
Yeah, but Nordo doesn't care about jewelry. He cares about saffron.
Yeah,
I'll take.
yeah, do it, Vasu.
Yeah, I mean, there is nothing stopping you if you just want to go from all of these nobles to the next and take the earrings and the jewelry and necklaces and stuff.
I do probably like pick up and try on the first necklace and then like look over at Elise and see how disapproving of a look she's giving me.
She's kind of low-key gave us permission to pillage these rich fucks, right? I feel like in our first day in the city, she's like, if you want to take stuff, just take it. These people are all rich assholes.
You can give me an insight check if you want, or you can just do whatever. If you care about Elise's thoughts on the matter. She doesn't seem terribly bothered, Vasu. She doesn't seem to give a shit. Nordo, the only impression you get from her is that she worries more about, like, disturbing the dead than stealing from rich people. She doesn't give a shit about these people's jewelry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Vasu also has a lot of respect for the dead, but these people aren't dead and they don't need their possessions.
They're only dying and the jewelry isn't helping them.
Nordo has absolutely no respect for the dead, but he also doesn't, like, know what money is worth.
Give me some time to identify this mirror.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, I'm probably just gonna grab everything anyway, but just like a check.
Yeah.
Determine what the most valuable shit would be.
Yeah, with a keen understanding of like what you'd be able to resell and what is good and what is fake, you do find that several of these people are wearing fake jewelry. You're able to find the bits that are good and real and gather them all up. And even with just a quick sweep while he is doing his identification on the mirror, you're able to gather jewelry in the ballpark.
You know that music that plays in like It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia? Not the intro, but just in general, gives you like a 50s vibe. Imagine that playing while Vasu's looting.
Yep, whole bunch of jewelry that you could potentially sell or trade for 744 gold.
Yeah, while that's happening, could I try and like identify this mirror?
Yes, and we'll kind of go through that because he spent some time looting. 10 minutes later, when your identification is done, you learn that this mirror is a portal of sorts. It has the ability to lead to a number of various demi-planes, but give me a spellcasting check.
Hurrah, and
Where it takes you is based on two things. First, who you are. A person has to touch the mirror in order to activate it, and only permitted people can use it. And then intent. And generally speaking, the mirror normally leads to like a private demi-plane, kind of like the housing back out there, presumably to royal suites or mansions or things like that. However, you would learn with A21 that one of the places it takes you is another location within the mandala itself. Or, wait, what is it called? Yeah. No. Yes.
No.
Mastaba. Yep. Words are hard. In other words, there is another mirror somewhere within the Mastaba that this thing is linked to, and if you think about that other mirror and have the right identification, you could go to it through this mirror.
I explained this to Elise and everyone else.
I was once linked to it. I don't know if I still am anymore. That is how I got to my private chambers, and it also leads to the vault.
The vault. But we only have only people who have permission to enter are allowed to enter, I believe.
Yeah.
I don't think you would have permission anymore.
As if to test, she does kind of place her hand against it, and you do see that it shimmers for a moment, but then she shakes her head and pulls it back. They have removed me.
What a shame.
You'll need to find somebody else who could use it.
1 moment, please. And he like grabs one of the nobles. Just shoves his face against the glass.
Yeah, you do see
Oh.
that it does react. It does ripple. It seems to be having a magical response, even though they're dead. But
No, like the live noble.
Oh right. Interesting.
And I'm just like, Vault.
Her mother-in-law, perhaps.
Oh, I don't think that she would be able to. She
Yeah.
was never.
It's one of
permitted.
these bejeweled fucks, right?
It took everything I had just to convince them to let her stay in the lower wards of the Mastaba. Maybe Zahira.
Hero. Oh, he's dead though.
He is. Might have to see if it still works.
Yeah. Someone help me carry Zahira. He's armored.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll
both-
go help.
You guys are able to kind of haul Zahira out from under the rubble, which has kind of covered him up a bit, and bring him back in here. You press his hand, and sure enough, it seems to react to his hand as well. And then Elise kind of places her hand behind his and closes her eyes and begins to focus. And then there is a flash. Light begins to emanate from the mirror. She says, okay, it will be open for a short time, maybe a minute.
Let's make sure to bring the body with us.
That is
we
probably
don't get
wise.
locked in.
Alright.
Shall we go?
Alright, you guys step through, and are immediately greeted with what looks like the inside of a very nice vault that has been ransacked and smashed. Right behind you, there is the other mirror that you came out from, and it's still shining white and will continue for presumably a minute or so before it deactivates. But you can see that there are pedestals where artifacts were probably once placed that have been smashed open, glass scattered across the floor, shelves where money was kept that have been emptied, and at the far side of the room, a heavy metal safe door. There are only two things of note that are still in here. First, on the floor off in the distance, there is a strange silvery metal cube that looks like it was dropped and left behind. It's not sitting on a shelf. It looks like it was like left and definitely not stored there normally, like it was knocked off the shelf or fell or something. And a body of a Tabaxi woman that looks a whole lot like Elise, with several lacerations and stab wounds kind of huddled against the wall in a pool of her own blood.
I am
Like-
sorry, Elise.
Exactly like Elise, like exactly like Elise.
Not
like,
exactly, very much like Elise.
Her sister,
It is
I imagine.
I say like family or just like another tabaxi that's hairless.
looks like family. And she does, when she spots this one, she does choke up a bit. And she, keeps a stiff upper lip and says, I knew you would be punished for your stupidity. I still didn't want it.
You're allowed to grieve.
She will go over to the body, and she at least kind of like props it up a bit and folds her arms in front of her. She kind of straightens the necklace, puts the queen or the crown back on her head, and make sure it's aligned.
I won't take that necklace.
She does appreciate it.
Is it magic though, Vasu?
You do actually see that it's magical.
Basu does that, like, sweating and wiping his forehead.
Yeah.
I'm
so-
sorry for your Elise.
Do you mention that it's magic though? Because it might be a key that we need later.
I do point that out. I'm like, hey, I know you've kind of given us free reign to, like, take stuff, and maybe not from everybody, but do you know this place has, like, magic keeping people out of places where they're not on a list or whatever? Do you think they might be doing that with jewelry and stuff too? I just want to point out that necklace is very magical.
She kind of gives like a knowing nod. She knows where you're going with it and understands why you're asking. But she says this just lets her speak with authority. It was not a key. But she does fish around and does protrude from her possessions another one of these keys, which she adds to her own collection.
Okay. That's important. We can entomb her in the that spirit water place, if you wish, at some point. For now, and no man approaches the vault, what would be kept in here?
The royal treasures, artifacts, valuables, some magic. We had some very large still stones. We had lots of gold, platinum, things that were earned in war or through taxation. That actually, and she does kind of point over to this cube sitting on the floor over here, and I need to draw it on there. That was one of them. It was believed to contain a prophecy or some history. Many of our scholars studied it for some time, but said that it would require things that we didn't have, and that it might be unsafe to open. It's also dangerous to touch. Be careful if you go near it.
A cube, you say?
Yeah. And looking over there, it appears to be a cube made of this mirror-sheened silver. You do see that there are etchings on all of its sides, and then one of the faces, the one that is currently facing up, has a relief of a man, a Naga man, and some Sylvan writing.
Naga male, you say?
Philo, I think Sal's trapped in there.
That'd be creepy.
They trapped him like a genie. It's the only way.
Let me roll a thing and see what she knows about this fucker.
I'm just take your time. I'm looking for something.
This area.
Oh, that's my girl.
There it is. I just know it had writings of some sort, or was supposed to. A prophecy, maybe? It is very old, from back when the city was founded. They called it the Archive or something. And what'd you ask,
What
Ace?
is this writing?
Ace asked a question. What was it?
Oh,
Oh, I just got here, so I have no idea what's going on. I was wondering if we looked around this area yet.
Gotcha. You guys have done a lot of searching leading up to this, but you're new to the vault. You guys are just stepping in and kind of getting your bearings here in the vault.
you wouldn't happen to know the code, Elise?
I know. I knew of these treasures. I never studied it, and we gave it to many of our best scholars, and they said it needed things. It needed things to open in the case of an emergency. They said it was a message of some sort, locked away. But they said we would need all sorts of foreign and dangerous things, bloods and poisons and potions and things that are alchemical in nature. That's all I know about it, really. You do see, those of you that can read Sylvan, that below the face of this Naga man on the top face, the one that is currently facing up, it reads the Cressidoc Archive.
Oh, this itself is the vault?
You're in the vault. The room that you're in
Okay.
is in the vault. But this is the box. This is the box
Yeah.
that was labeled the Cressidac Archive.
Okay, I heard there was like a safe here?
You do see that at the very back there is a large safe door. There's like those big bank vault doors.
Okay, and that can just be turned or whatever?
Yes, and in fact it seems to already be unlocked and slightly pried open.
Oop, never mind, that's already been looted.
Can I look around for any cool loot?
Yeah, maybe they left it behind.
Sure, you can give me investigation if you want.
And you know I do.
With a 31, you very, very thoroughly scour the place, and you get Elise's help, and she does actually even show you a few like secret panels. And you're somewhat disappointed to find that this place has been absolutely ransacked. There is nothing left here of any value except for the things that the queen was wearing, which is odd because she did have some jewelry in that crown, and this box, which is kind of sitting on the floor.
Gotcha. And having walked into this building and into this, I've not seen anything with my true sight.
Nothing unusual that hasn't already come up, correct?
Define hasn't already come up.
The things that you're aware of, things that I already told you about.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yep. I'm grabbing a drink, be right back.
Did we have to kill stuff?
Not yet. We haven't done any fights.
Okay, so what all did we do since I've been not here?
Really, all we have done is like find these rooms that you can see. We found like a mess hall and a kitchen, and this room that we're in right now, this vault, and that's like it. We've just been slowly but surely making our way through.
Did we find anything?
Nope, not really. That's not true
Saffron,
at all.
a barrel of saffron.
So I found like 500 gold worth of cooking supplies.
I didn't find anything, but you really don't notice anything new about me? Vasu says, kind of like gesturing.
I don't know. Do
Like 10 different bracelets jangle on his wrist.
Yeah, you do seem to notice that every time you look, these nobles are wearing less jewelry and Vasu is wearing more jewelry.
So everything in here is consecrated, which is interesting.
How big is the little mirrored thing, and how can it be moved?
Box is about.
I also gotta ask, is any of the other jewelry that I'm taking magical, or just the stuff the queen was wearing?
It is not. You have found a couple pieces that were like glamored, so you found some illusory pieces. And even though they're glamored, they're probably still worth like 10 to 20 gold. Even if they're not real jewelry, they're worth nearly as much because they're magical.
Should I? I'm gonna go ahead and take a peek into the safe.
Sure. While you're doing that,
All
this
stealthy
box,
like.
this box is about a foot on each side, it's about the size of a shoebox or so.
What do you mean it's dangerous to move, Elise? Or hold?
I know I was told not to touch it. The people who moved it back and forth used tools to pick it up from a safe distance. It's
I've got
hurts to
tools.
touch.
Got mage hand.
Yeah. How heavy is it? Is it too heavy for mage hand?
Um,
Mage
it-
hand can
It's
carry a lot.
definitely gonna be too heavy for mage hand.
You kind of test it, and it is surprisingly light. Light as maybe
Oh,
20 sheets of paper total.
there you go. You can mage hand that,
Ooh,
right?
fancy. Yeah, for sure.
You
There
do
we
see
go.
that as the mage hand begins to pick it up, or as you begin to do it telepathically, there are intermittent sparks of electricity as it is being held onto. It seems to kind of resist the touch, but because you're holding it with a mage hand, it doesn't hurt anything. And you're
Hey,
able
you
to
just
kinda
got
hold
a
on
new
to it.
weapon. Just touch it against things and they die.
Here we go. I don't recognize this figure, do I? I
Oh.
assume not.
Boy, very difficult history check. Probably not possible for mode, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I was
I-
gonna say
man.
there's about a 0% chance of this.
Yeah, I forget what your
Yeah,
I forget what your
so-
mod is. Yeah, you guys can do it as well.
What would this be?
You
under?
said history?
History, yeah.
Are Naga considered to be humanoids?
Never mind.
They are considered humanoid. Yep.
Oh my!
Hey,
Huh.
Your nat 1 is almost as good as my nat 20.
it sure is.
Acerman's what? 24, I think.
Not for history.
Oh
It's
no,
minimum 12.
minimum 12.
It does not have expertise. There's no point in
Got
putting expertise in
Moat's
history.
getting the best roll on that
Yeah.
check.
Yeah.
All right. Why would the Order have told you about this? It's probably actually it would have been in their records because
He was a criminal.
it is an ancient story. The Kresedak family is a long family name. It's a very common name. It's like Smith in this region or whatever. It's a very very prolific and widespread name. And the reason that it's so prolific is because the city of Unmirage was apparently, according to the annals of history, founded by a traveler who claimed to have come from a long way away, although not much is known about who or where or what that means. He said that he came from a place called Unmirage and wanted to make a new Unmirage that was like it. And he kind of founded this city. He had some pretty powerful magic that he used to help establish it, and made himself king, and there was a line of kings that came after him that took the same name and continued to spread and populate the city. According to that story, the city was actually originally called New Unmirage, but it just became Unmirage over time.
What happened to old Mirage?
Moat's not sure.
Interesting.
It's
I'll
so
pass on
weird
that
to
along,
see Moat
obviously.
having the highest history check between three of us.
For the record, as always, is close my eyes and just recite that as though it's been memorized and I don't actually understand what's happening.
Yup.
So this archive belonged to this founder.
It is an old set of laws or prophecies, is what they said. Something from the people who made the city a long time ago. I heard stories growing up, but I don't really remember them well. Meanwhile, Ace is cracking this door and taking a peek inside.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it all stealthy, like.
Sure,
Just
go
why
and give me a
not?
stealth check.
Very nice.
Do you want to give a quick perception check too, or?
Sure. Yeah, we'll see if you notice anything unusual.
Hey, look, a puzzle.
What did Nat 20
Nice.
get me?
So you cautiously poke your head into this room, and you're immediately greeted by 3 lead cubes. You're very familiar at this point with this motif. These are kind of Zuanu-based iconography. There's a different face on each one. Although you do notice that these faces are skeletal, which is not normal for Zuanu iconography. They are typically faces that are of live creatures, a man, an eagle, a dragon, and a lion. You also notice that against the north and south walls, there are mirrors that are reflecting these black cubes. But with your nat 20 in perception, you can immediately tell that some of the reflections don't line up. For instance, this
I
one
noticed
is,
that right away.
Yep. You get that one almost immediately. You do see at the back of the room that there is also a large golden circle in the floor that looks like it probably rolls away or comes off, or it looks like a manhole cover, basically.
Okay, there's scratches on the floor where these swivel.
Yes, you would immediately notice with a nat 20 in perception that they definitely do swivel. And actually, with a nat 20, do you speak Thieves' Cant? You're a little rogue, right?
Hell yeah, I do.
Sick. You see that there are tiny little marks that at first just look like scuffs that are natural. But with your extraordinarily keen eyes and your ability to read Thieves' Cant, you can see that they are things left behind by, who knows, a villain, a thief, somebody, some thief, some vagabond was in this safe and left notes behind for themselves, for somebody else. It's hard to say. But they are scattered near the mirrors and then also near the floors, or the floor near these cubes. And each of them is a number, and I will reveal these slowly. Where are they? There's that layer. Make sure I don't reveal anything.
Carmen, San Diego.
I like how I walk up and it's just like, puzzle is solved. Oh, it's not. Never mind. I take that back. Oh, It doesn't look like these masks come off, does it?
It doesn't. It appears to be like a solid cube of lead or some other metal, lead-plated metal, perhaps.
Does it appear that the mirrors can be moved?
In theory, yeah, they're mounted against the walls. They're not like on wheels or anything, but you could potentially like destroy them or move them if you had some way to
Gotcha.
unmount them and remount them.
All right. So I'm just gonna step in. I'm gonna see what happens if I walk in front of one of the mirrors.
All right. When you walk between these two mirrors, you notice that you don't have any sort of reflection when you stand in front of this thing. But nothing else happens.
And the scuffs, they look like more like these things have been moved around, not just spinning. They don't look like there's like a pole in the middle that's like
No.
keeping them on an axis.
It does actually. It looks like they spin in place. With your nat 20 perception, you do notice out of the corner of your eye when you come around to this corner, you catch a little bit of a reflection of yourself coming from this mirror.
Okay, I'll walk over to that mirror then.
All right. As you do with your nat 20 perception, you notice as you come around and past this corner that there is a reflection of yourself in this mirror.
As I walk past. Okay, I got it. All right, so I step in front of this one.
Yep.
Then I move over here and step in between these two.
All right.
Oh, maybe we need to make a better path. Okay, so we need to line them up so that we walk through them. When I walk here, because this one is 2, 3, and 6, where are my reflection?
As you kind of take a look around, stepping between these things, you simultaneously see reflections of yourself in this mirror down here, and also in this mirror. Notably, you would see the back side of yourself in 3, and then you would see the front side of yourself in these 2.
I'm not sure if we need to do it in specific order. I assume we do. Hey, Nordo, could you, or Gale, could you rotate this clockwise?
Sure thing. Wait, what's the orcish word for clockwise?
Hell.
Turn
no.
left.
How about tell me to push left or push right?
I
Grab
need.
one of the heads.
Can you make the face that's facing you face the mirror at the top, to your right, or to your left?
Sure thing. And I'll turn it as Ace directs me.
All right. You turn this thing. Oop, nope, we don't want all of it. Shit. I'm gonna have to put these numbers somewhere else. Right, as you turn it clockwise, a couple of the mirrors update. Let's see. Because you were over here when this happens, Ace, you notice that there is a faint dimming. It's hard to tell because the room is lit with magical light, but there is a light that seems to go out or disappear when Nordo does that. And looking over, you can see on this cover, there are 6 little gemstones, and one of them now is glowing bright white. Previously, you assumed that there were 2.
Okay. I guess I probably should check this thing out first before we do anything else. You said there's some gemstones on here?
Yeah. As you look this over, you can see that there are 8 faces in total. There are 2 human skulls looking at each other, 2 lion skulls looking at each other, 2 dragons, and 2 eagles looking at each other. And then some writing in Sylvan. I can't remember if you speak it or if Nomad has to translate for you. But either way, it reads... that.
We are what the past makes us, so it needs to go. Okay.
You just
And-
need all the skills to look at each other.
Okay. Hey Nordo, could you turn this one the the opposite direction of the other one?
All right, I'll do it.
All right. Let's see what updates. This updates.
Do we need to make it? So, did you say we need to make it all skulls? Is that what you said?
No, we need the
Or just all the same
ears
thing?
to. Everything has to face itself. So we need 2 birds facing each other.
Gotcha. Instead of all birds. Well, there's.
When he does this, the last of the lights goes out. All the lights are now dim.
Okay, I got it.
Really?
Well, I don't have the exact solution, but we need to make, like, for instance, these 2 should be matching each other. These 2 need to match each other,
Yeah.
and then they need to match the reflections here.
Yeah. So shouldn't one light be on currently?
For which? No, there are no lights on.
Really? If I turn this counterclockwise, do we get a light?
Let's see. Yes, one light comes on.
Okay. And how many stones are there? And you said there's 8?
6.
Okay, only 6. I thought there were 8. Okay,
said
so we
8.
just have. Okay. Okay, so then we need to turn.
Well, what's the combination of stones on there?
You see that the stones themselves are just equidistantly spaced around the edges of this thing. They aren't lined up with any of the particular faces or anything like that.
Yeah, I think we just have to have the outside faces matching the mirrors, and that's it.
I think I have an idea. I mean, I think I have an idea. So, make this one the human skull, so that 6 and 2 become a human skull. Then put the human skulls here and here.
You'd have to make this the humans. It's whatever's reflecting it, right? Oh no, you're right. No, hold on.
So
You're right. You're right.
Clockwise 1, and then third goes counterclockwise 2, and this goes clockwise 1.
Correct.
And counterclockwise, so 2 and 6 update. And then the far right one is going counterclockwise as well.
The
Go
far right
180.
goes, yeah, 180. Put the human skull down here. And then rotate everything to the right once here. Oh, no. Maybe?
I think you're right.
Yeah, 'cause that'll be a bird. Yep, that should be right.
Well, then this isn't going to match then.
Wait, no, it won't. Fuck. Damn it, it was so close.
No, that'll be good.
So what happened on the left one?
Left one gets rotated 90 degrees.
Clockwise.
Clockwise, yeah.
No,
See, then
this
one's going to
doesn't
turn into a bird.
match.
Oh, right.
Five lights on.
Alright, well, we know this one doesn't go here. Let's say we just turn this one again and then adjust. So if we put the bird here, then we put bird here and bird here.
I think the most important thing is so 3 and
So-
1 are directly tied to each other, and then we can decide on the middle one after. We can decide how to make
Okay,
those two match.
rotate them all clockwise one time.
All right, let's try it.
I don't think that's going to help, because then this is going to. We need to. So this
Okay.
needs to match whatever is sitting right here.
All right.
If you did it,
So that's not right.
It's not. Sorry, I accidentally deleted the numbers and forgot what they were, and that would have been a
Oh, no.
nightmare.
Actually, if you just rotate this one clockwise one more, 1 and 3 will then match up.
You're doing the right one clockwise once?
Yeah, let's try that clockwise once.
If we do this one,
And then I think we
clockwise,
just,
have
and then
to
I
do
think if we
one
move this,
clockwise.
I know, but let's get the 2 that are going to be the most difficult first. And then I think if we move this one clockwise after that, I think it'll match up, but I want to wait to see.
Yeah, 5.
We might need to do it more than that. No, that would actually work.
Three's bird.
I think that actually works out.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's perfect.
Teamwork.
Teamwork.
We are what the past makes us. I don't understand how that helped us solve the puzzle. Yay.
As the last light flicks on, you watch as this entire golden panel sinks into the floor with a start, and then begins to kind of slide to the side, revealing a staircase that goes down a short distance, maybe 10 or 15 feet, to an arched open hallway.
What were these things again? It was a like human, bird.
Human, eagle, lion, dragon.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Do we continue downward, guys?
Yeah, it's good.
Let's go
All right.
home.
I'll go stealthy.
Alright, as you begin to sneak down there, you notice quickly that at the end of this dark hallway that's about 15 or 20 feet long, there is a faint green light that begins to pour through. And you also notice something else begins to happen. Give me a perception check. You noticed almost immediately, when you're within maybe 15 feet of the end of this hallway, you feel this strange vertigo effect, like you're becoming lighter and lighter and lighter. And you're able to detect it early enough that if you want to, you could stop, but you realize that you're beginning to float as you continue down this hallway.
Does it feel similar to when we were in limbo?
A little bit, but whereas limbo was sort of like you controlled yourself with your mind and it was an exertion of will to move around, in here it just feels like gravity is weakening. You just begin to kind of lift off the ground.
Gotcha. I'll telepathically tell everyone that.
And as you look deeper in, you can see that there is more of this strange checkered floor, but you can see that there is a body floating, motionless, kind of spinning in place, a few feet off of the ground. You can see that there's a long, thick tail like a dragonborn, cult robes, and you can hear from this distance just faint murmuring to themselves.
Is the rope similar to the person who was burnt?
Yeah, it looks pretty similar, yeah. And they both look very similar to what you saw in the vision of the assassination.
Hmm.
I guess I'll like poke my head into the room and see if I can see what else is in there.
Alright, you kind of cautiously move along, kind of pulling yourself along the walls of this stone hallway. By the time you reach the end of it, you are entirely weightless, essentially just free-floating around in zero gravity. And as you look in, you see ruins and debris, stone that has been strewn around the room, and that seems to be being pushed back from this gaping hole that is kind of formed in the floor of what was once a large chamber. You can see that there are still 2 stone pillars that are intact, and you can see that there are more of these cultists floating in place, entranced in this dazed stupor. And you can see that coming up through the big hole there are green glowing light. And seeing them up close, they look very familiar. They look similar to the green lights that were present when you got Tomarello's soul back.
Gotcha.
Pieced it together.
We need moat in here, don't we?
Well, if I'm the keeper, can't I? Isn't the keeper like unaffected by the crosswinds? If these are the crosswinds,
Was that what it is?
I'm pretty sure it was like they can pass through them or something. That was like the special thing about them. Am I misremembering that?
Give me a history check. With advantage because the mask that told you this is literally still with you guys. You could ask for help if you want. They will explain that the Keeper's effects, they had some ability to transcend between the planes like a soul can. The ability to move freely between the material, the astral, and the ethereal planes, and also the transitive plane between life and death. Whatever these crosswinds are, I don't know if the Keepers had anything to do with it or any resistance to it.
Oh, I don't mention crosswinds to her because I know better than to go against a creepy octopus lady.
That's legit. That's fair. Then at the very least, you would remember that all that this mask has told everyone is that it was the kind of ability to not necessarily defy death, but defy the normal rules for moving between the planes of death and the transitive planes.
I guess as a character, my understanding was the crosswinds is something that you have to go through to get in between.
Fair.
Maybe that's just my misinterpretation.
Shall we collect these cultists first? Pull them out of zero gravity or whatever, and
Or if we want to fight those cube head guys, maybe, or unless they've not been around here.
No, it doesn't seem to bother it very much.
They didn't take too kindly to me picking up that fella outside and preventing him from dying, but these ones don't seem at any risk of dying.
Yeah.
I mean, keep in mind that you're weightless here. So is it like anti-gravity or just like no gravity?
Just zero gravity.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I have a hover speed, however, and I do have Lucy who can fly.
All right. Well, I'm going to grab onto your cloak.
Yeah.
Or just your shoulders.
Sure. Let's just nudge one over there so we can like check out the body and see anything on it.
Yeah.
All right. Somebody give me a perception check.
I'll do it.
Do it.
All right.
Oh, no, they're getting worse.
As you are approaching this blue dragonborn cultist, you can tell that first of all, as you kind of get high enough to get over there because she's a little bit up, that looking down, you see a faint stream of whitish blue, deep down the hole, probably 90 to 100 feet down. Yep. Which wasn't really visible when you first came in, but now you can see it down there. And you can see that there is kind of an intersection between it and these crosswinds that are coming up through and from it. The second thing that you notice with the 30 is that this cultist, in her zonked out state, is clutching onto something in her left hand. It is a spool of thread. You don't need any training to know what a spool of thread looks like. And having seen it, it now looks to be the appropriate size to slip onto that strange thing that you found earlier. However, you can see that this thread is glowing bright blue, just like a very similar color to this strand of light down far below.
Right.
And
Magic.
And the thread leads down that way.
Would you like me to identify this other thing now? The thread itself isn't magic, is it, Vasu?
The thread itself is definitely giving magic.
Right.
And you would get that it is giving every school of magic.
It's 22 minutes to identify this. How much left in Lucy after this?
You probably got about 15 minutes or so.
Cool. Would you like me to have some time? Let's investigate the rest of the bodies of these people, and I'm going to identify their magic stuff.
Yeah, I can look over the bodies.
Lucy will help you fly to them.
I'll look over the bodies and collect all the jewelry they might have.
All right, excellent.
You want to give an investigation check?
Sure. Go and give me an investigation.
Is this actually a thread of the weave? I'm excited.
Okay. Jesus, Ace. as people begin to kind of spread out and start their investigation, you begin to do your own looking over, starting with this cultist that you're right next to. And as you're trying to like kind of follow the line of this thread that she's holding in her hand, you notice that there is another line that kind of heads down that way as well. And with a 30 in investigation, you realize that you can only see it while you're touching the thread that is in her hand. As soon as you release the thread that is kind of in the spool in her hand, the other cord disappears. And you test it on and off, on, off, on, off. And you realize looking around that while you're touching this magical thread, you can see faint silvery strands that come out of the backs or between the shoulder blades of all three of these cultists and lead down towards the hole.
Oh, do I see any other strands like leading from the doorway?
Not from the doorway, no, but faintly. You can only really see them within maybe 10 or 15 feet of you. There are a lot more that come up out of the hole and then immediately kind of go over towards this southern wall or over to the west a little bit.
Gotcha, in the direction of people, I assume.
That lines up pretty well.
So is it the same spool that we found on the first cultist, or is it another thread that we see?
It is different. It is thicker. It's kind of immaterial. It's got this like ghostly presence, sort of. It just seems to kind of come straight out of between the shoulder blades of each of these cultists, and down that way. And notably, as soon as you let go of the spool of thread that the Dragonborn is holding, they disappear. So when you come over here, there's no sign of it anymore.
So even with my true sight, I couldn't see them until I touched the thread?
Yeah, that's a good point. You'd see it with true sight. Yep.
Okay.
It's just a thing everyone keeps forgetting. Everyone.
So, did I see these threads on people before we came down here? Like these and their shoulder blades?
Oh boy, what is your passive perception? It's pretty good, right?
My passive perception is 25.
25? Actually, you probably wouldn't know. It definitely seems that they grow faint quickly. They really seem to just kind of trail off after about 15 or 20 feet.
Okay. I'm gonna be kind of ballsy and just peer into the hole.
All right. Before I jump to that, let's jump back over to Vasu, who's kind of just checking them all for belongings, possessions, valuable. You do actually see that most of them are not carrying anything of value. In fact, it seems almost intentionally not carrying anything of value. But this blue dragonborn does have some fine jewelry on. They have probably some earrings and a necklace that are worth something in the ballpark of 24 gold or so. And then Nomad, you were gonna start identifying one of them, or are you gonna keep looking first?
I'm identifying whatever they find. It's more efficient that I actually start doing this now.
Okay, excellent. Do you do the spool of thread, the weird thing you found earlier, or something else?
The weird thing earlier, because that's more intriguing to me. Because this one is spool of thread, and I have a theory that it's like actual thread of weave.
All right. You're about 6 or 7 minutes into the identification. It's nearly done. Ace, you begin looking down the hole, and you spot two more cultists, one of which is floating about 70 feet down, just in the black void down there.
How long has it been since we left the roost?
Boy, slightly less than a week, I think. Maybe about exactly a week. I'd have to double check, but I think it's about a week.
Okay, so it's not like we left 2 days ago and it's not like...
No.
Okay. So it's possible for her to have gotten here around the time that everything hit the fan.
Seems reasonable.
9 days ago? Oh, 5 days.
5 days. You did say that there's about 5 days that these people look like they've been in a bad situation.
Yeah, but the food was spoiled 9 days ago.
That was a pretty bad check on my part, though.
I mean, with the flash of genius, it was a 20.
Yeah. So,
Hey,
this happened before. A few days before the actual thing happened.
does this green light, is it like... That was really slow. Is it like moving? Is it like, does it seem to have some
Slowly.
type of body? Does it look like it's leaking out?
As you look down there and study it very carefully, go and give me a perception check to see how much detail you get. But it seems to just kind of gently waver. It's not like spinning violently like a tornado. There's no real risk of like accidentally getting smacked by it because you weren't paying attention. But it does drift gently from side to side and wavers like a flame in slow motion. And you can see that it definitely intersects with the white thread down there, or the white line of light. And you can also see that that white line of light seems to flow like a river almost, even though it is floating through three-dimensional space. There's just empty blackness down there. You can also tell that it intersects with that, and where it intersects, there is a point of pretty brilliant light. And that also happens to be where all of these silvery threads lean towards, as well as where the magical thread from the spool leads to.
All right. Is the green light like coming up out of the hole though?
It is, and it runs all the way floor to ceiling. Well, like ceiling, 30 feet up, and down into whatever this is for hundreds of feet, as best as you can tell, until it just trails off into darkness.
This is probably a strange question, but do any of the masks we have seem to be having like an adverse reaction to being close to this strange green light?
You kind of like pull each one out and study them closely, and Samson's mask is like, oh no, that shit's spooky. I don't want anything to do with that. But none of them are like negatively affected. They're not flickering or losing their magic or anything like that.
Okay.
Hey, Gale, you don't happen to have that void chamber on you, do you? Or be attuned to it?
The what?
The backpack thing.
Oh no, I can't afford to be attuned to it right now.
I feel like we might need to go in there, and I feel like those might be the Crosswinds.
I'll go climb down.
Climb down where?
Into the hole.
Well, we need the thing that protects us, though, right?
Yeah.
We didn't when we got Tom Morello.
Yeah, but when we touched, but remember those giant green things, and when we touched it, well, when Flick touched it, he got really hurt.
We'll be careful.
It wasn't great.
Could you maybe wait like 3 minutes?
I was going to say, at this point, you're like 20 seconds from done with your identification.
Yeah, I'm more just making sure we have things we need. Trying to just jump down there right now.
So, importantly, I do want to make sure that I get this out of the way. Up here, it's easy enough to kick off a wall or a pillar or something like that. Looking down there, there are rocks that you could kick off of, there are bits of debris, but other than that, it looks like the void. And unless you have some mode of locomotion, or a fly speed, or a hover speed, movement could be an issue down there, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Stay close to Vasu.
As your identification ritual finishes, every time you identify, there's a bit of an opening of your mind that occurs, right? You get information, you learn things. Sometimes you're even shown things by whoever made the item, things that were intentionally left behind, like instructions for how to use it, or a command word, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The information that enters your mind when you finish this identification feels like a fragment of a nuclear bomb explosion. It is one of the most immense sources of magical power that you have ever encountered in your entire life, despite the fact that it is a fragment. It is a tiny thing. You receive these visions of a god. It is hard to describe the way that they appear. You just see shapes of white and black, and then occasional splotches of color, circles and rectangles and triangles and lines, and they begin to spiral off into more and more increasingly complex shapes. They form branches that form branches that form branches until these fractal spirals. And after a certain point, it begins to look similar to the patterns that you've seen for ley lines in the observatory. Just these overwhelmingly complex patterns of light and color. And then you see it all snap into a fine thread all at once, a rainbow contained inside of a silken thread. You see this thread goes through a needle, a very literal, physical
Before
needle.
you say anything, this is the contraption I'm doing and not the thread, right?
It is, correct. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yep, yep,
You
we're
said
good.
thread, and I'm like, oh no, I wasn't doing that one first.
Nope, you're getting it.
Continue.
The thread begins to go through the eye of a needle that appears to be made of glass, but even the glass that is transparent seems to shine in every color of the rainbow and colors that you've never seen before. And then you see all of this thread begin to wind itself around a spool, and it looks similar to the spool that is held by this cultist. And then you see this spool being thrown onto the device that you're currently holding, the device that you're identified. It goes around the middle part, it locks into place, closes, and then that thing goes into a machine. A machine made of metal and wood and gears and parts, brass, and it is littered with more of these things, more of this thread. There's an entire blanket, a sheet of cloth, a weaver's loom. None of you learned it in character, but if any of you know what a flying shuttle is or how it works in a loom, that is what you have found. And as this knowledge and information is kind of projected into you, you learn that you are currently holding one of the flying shuttles that is paired with one of the spools of thread of Diema's loom. You learn that it has the ability to alter, influence, control the weave magic itself. It is an incredibly powerful deific artifact that can be used to directly interface with and change the weave. And although all you hold is the flying shuttle, that cultist over there seems to be holding a spool of its thread. You don't know where the rest of the machine is.
Yeah. For like, when Nomad says, could you wait maybe 20 seconds before, and he goes static and the telepathy cuts off for a moment? And it's all silent. He's just kind of frozen there for a bit, staring off into space. And
Yeah,
then
right.
it resumes for just a few seconds. Huh. He kind of fits the thread onto the shuttle.
Delightful. Roll initiative.
Sweet.
Oh boy.
Or I guess I do that. I do that in this campaign.
It's still fun to say sometimes.
It is
It
fun
is.
to say.
Before
Hey,
this
negotiate.
starts,
Roll initiative, and then he does it himself.
Can I vote to say something to keep the flavor of it alive? Instead of roll initiative, can we say buckle up?
Hell yeah.
Can we say buckle up, buckaroo?
Buckle up, Fuckle Chucks.
I can't buckle up, buckle chucks.
I love it.
Before this starts, I hate to do this, but I am gonna have to dip before the
Ah,
initiative
okay.
starts. Yeah,
No
I can't
problem.
yet.
Get out of here.
But I should be back in like
I
a
missed
somewhat
you.
more committable sleep pattern soon. So
Hell yeah.
hopefully I'll be here later consistently.
Fingers crossed.
Praise be.
But
Thanks for
anyway,
coming.
absolutely, it was great to see everybody. I've missed you guys. I've missed this. I'll be back next week.
Come back soon.
See you
See
soon,
you
brother.
later.
Good luck, everybody. If anybody needs to like Jaeger me, obviously help yourselves. I've got full everything, so make use of me.
See you later, for alligator.
After Wild Totodile?
Yeah.
Heard from again.
So soon, Obstagoon?
you came up with that pretty quick.
Nah.
What other Pokemon name ends in like an oon? Breloom?
Lanoon.
Isn't
Is
there
it
a
gonna- is
balloon
it-
or something?
Is it gonna take a second to set up so I can go tell Eli goodnight?
Yeah, go
or
for it.
is
Go
he-
for it.
Okay, right back then.
Breloom?
Breloom?
Breloom.
All of my Pokemon knowledge
Gloom?
comes not from the Pokemon games, but from Pixelmon, which is the best Pokemon game.
Vileplume?
Yeah, Vileplume, nice one.
How come Ace has so many initiative rolls?
Alright,
I don't understand.
it is
It
incredible.
every time Beck adds a new character.
Oh yeah, so every time I
Oh.
add somebody new to initiative, it like repeats the initiative warning. And I was
Okay.
just adding and then sorting all of the NPCs.
Gotcha, cool.
Ace, it's your turn. Ace, it's your turn.
It's not actually, if you're listening. You're still fine for a second. As you snap the thread onto the shuttle and close it, there is a brilliant flash of white. And you can see that this pulse of light kind of courses down the thread, down into this hole, past Ace that is looking down there, and towards the intersection of the Crosswinds and this blue light. And as it does, you all in this room begin to feel yourself sucked towards the hole, or if you're already over the hole, sucked further down.
Bye.
The next thing that happens is you notice that all of the cultists wake up, with the exception of Uno, possibly.
Exception.
Yes, you can reposition yourself if you want, Vasu. Same with Flick and Toto and Elise should actually be down here too.
Okay. If Nomad had done that, I was just about to be. Oh, I'm going to tie a rope around this pillar so that we can use it now. Thanks, Nomad.
It's okay. Lucy's holding you technically.
Yeah, she is.
So how it's the way you're getting around easily.
I forget, who is Lucy?
Lucy is Lucifer.
She was an angel. Now she's a fiend. She's gone through a lot.
It's something that
This
Nomad
sounds
keeps summoning
familiar.
and calling his angel.
Still my angel.
Alright, Nordum, strength saving throw.
Oh, cool. Just open right up with that, eh?
Just get right to it. You're fine. You feel this force kind of pulling you towards the edge, but are able to resist it and stay in place.
Okay. If I have time to briefly talk to my comrades. So before I even bother to talk to the comrades, you say these cultists wake up. Do they like?
Yeah. So they wake up, they look around at the panic, they draw weapons and begin to cast spells at all of you.
Okay. Well, what we need to do is run the fuck out of this room, but Nordo's too stupid for that. Time to charge. Bonus action rage. Blood and glory. And then Nordo will draw his axe. Run up to this cultist right close to him because he wants to be as far away from that edge as possible.
Punt it right into the.
I probably should actually. But nay. I will just attack it recklessly with my axe.
Uh, 29 is plenty more than enough. You catch this guy kind of unaware and off guard, and it's, let's see, 12 points of slashing, and he is prone.
Fantastic.
Prone in the zero
Yes.
gravity, which can happen.
And strength save?
Start spinning.
Yeah, we'll say that like prone basically means he's spinning out of control. Needs to stabilize
That makes
himself.
sense.
And strength save, sorry. Nope.
Excellent.
These vines burst up from the ground and just tether him to the floor, basically.
Cool. I just need them to get that to do that to me also. I'll just attack this feller again. That worked out fine.
A question. I have the device in the thread now, right?
Yes.
Cool. That mean I'm over here? I guess.
That means you're a god now. You finally did it.
I kind of envisioned you either in your spot or in the spot northwest of Nordo. Basically right where that thread
around
leads to. I
Was
guess
that where?
well.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, because there was no cultist here. I figured.
Yeah, I kind of figured you'd probably be one space to the down and left.
Like here? Yeah, that
Yep.
makes sense.
Yep. Let's see. That is another good hit for 15 more.
Okay, and then I am going to, feeling the tremendous pull of this awful vortex, run my ass back into the doorway, get at least to the point where I feel like I'm not being like, or I have something to brace myself on, pretty much. Actually, you know what? I will, instead of doing that, I'll move my axe to just one hand instead of two, in case that comes up before my next turn. And then with my other hand, I'll reach down and I will actually like grab onto the vines that are tethering this guy to the floor and just hold on to them.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got
Alright.
yourself something good to hold on to.
All right, cool. That is my action and my bonus action. I will not move. That's my turn.
All right, is Ace back?
Yeah.
Cool.
So I'm being held by an angel.
Mhm.
So
You're not grappled or anything.
the arms of. So do I still just make a strength save to see if I get flung out of her arms?
I'll say that from your current distance, you can definitely feel a pull, like it's trying to pull you free, but she's got a good hold of you. You're fine for now.
You
I
can
leap out of her arms into it. No, I'm kidding.
That might do
You
it.
can fly.
Okay, so I'll just take my turn as normal then, right?
Go for it.
Which of these looks like they are spellcasters?
Every single one of them. In fact, I think literally all of them are like preparing to cast a spell.
Cool. All right. I'm going to shoot the copper one. I'm assuming it's humanoid.
It is, yep.
It's a kobold.
Yeah.
Uh, 27 slams in for 36 points of damage.
And then I'm going to use the bonus action to make it silent. So now he's in silence.
No, don't do that. All right, that's 15-foot radius, I think.
You know, that's a good question. I have to look it up. I'm not exactly sure on the size of it.
While you're looking it up, let's see. Any other attacks? Yeah, you've still got two.
Oh, yeah, I have
attacks.
2 more left. I just wanted to get that out on guy first, so that he can't. So we have someone who's far away. Is there another one back there? No,
It's actually 20-foot radius. Now, granted, he has 20 feet down, so I don't think this gets anybody else.
Yeah, I just wanted to get the person out of the way.
Excellent.
And then these are going to be on the white Aarakocra. Oh, I didn't do it last time. Oh, well. I'm going to take -5 to do 10 more damage.
All right.
For critical hit.
Oh, that is critical. Good shit. So 27? Or sorry,
I don't think it added the critical
it
damage.
did not. So 27 plus whatever your crit damage is. Oh, right, because it doesn't detect elven accuracy.
Just a D8 more. And then the other one will go into him as well.
All right.
And same thing. Cool. Oh, and plus 10 more damage, so it would have been 28 damage, right?
Yep. Yeah, I got that in there.
Oh. So we have
That
14.
one misses. Yeah, 14 is no good.
Right. And then I'm just gonna hang out with this in the arms of an angel.
All right, that'll bring us to the white Aarakocra.
You.
You watch as after she is hit by your arrows, she also kind of like scrambles to cling onto something, but just doesn't have anything in reach, and is pulled down towards this hole. Which is not good. Very not good, but also so is you guys being here. They knew what to expect. They're prepared for this. Let's cast a spell. It begins to cast a spell, and it is going to...
Can I see it cast a spell?
It's
Darkness, right?
You'd still be in range. Yeah, you can count a spell if you want.
No, is this darkness? Silent.
Silence.
Okay, silence.
Oh, and actually, yeah, she's fallen far enough down that she can't cast a spell, actually. Shit, that's not good. She has no way to move or cast magic right now.
Good days.
Shit. Every one of these spells is verbal.
Does it seem like her ability to
Verbal.
fly with wings doesn't matter?
Oh, right, she's Aarakocra. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Yeah, she's gonna fly. Right, I should probably take that into account. She'll fly up. Out of the silence, right up to all of you. Sees Nomad with the spindle, and she wants it back. Now she's next to you. She is going to... she's going to look at you, Nomad, cast a spell, and you feel this creeping sensation.
Counter spell.
God damn it. It works. Yep, that's it. Blue Dragonborn's turn.
He just says into their mind, counter spell.
Alright, Blue Dragon is restrained, doesn't go anywhere, also likes not being where they are.
12 points of necrotic.
Oh, shit. She's just gonna look straight back up to Nordo. And she extends both of her hands down to her sides, kind of struggling to get them out from under the vine. And as she does, she utters an incantation, and you watch as two blades form in her hand, made of pale green light that looks very much like the big swirling lights behind. And then she tries to thrust one of her palms straight into you, Nordo. This is disadvantage because she's restrained.
Am I being targeted by a spell that affects only me? Or is this just a weapon attack?
Let me double check. I think it is a melee spell attack. It is a melee spell attack, so yeah, I'd say that works. What do you got?
Fantastic. I would like to use my reaction.
Spray target with spell. Make a con save. Throw. Level of spell cast. Ah, shit, that works. And it also crit succeeds. Shit.
Oh, thank Christ.
That's not
Cool
good.
ability.
I'm so happy.
Alright, well, you see she plunges this... Well, let's roll and see if she hits. Disadvantage. Yeah, that'll do it. So this blade plunges in, it hits the chest of your shell. There's a moment of this, like, searing light. And then it just reflects back, like pointing a lightsaber at a mirror. And she howls out in pain as you see this big streak of necrosis just kind of rocks across the side of her chest. She's going to choose not to use her bonus action. And she will also... Well, she's got another target over there. She's going to swing the other hand over towards Flick. Disadvantage. Why did I put this all the way at the bottom? Why would I do this? This is like one of her best things. 12 misses, I'm sure.
Misses.
Alright, Vasu, strength saving throw. Wait, where are you? You're fine, you don't need a strength save yet.
I also fly. I too am an Aarakocra, you see. Speaking of speaking of the flying, I'm gonna dash in here. I think everybody that was doing spells already went before me though, so just gonna start beating people up.
Yeah.
Oh wait, dinner hasn't gone yet, right?
Not yet.
It might be good to go grab Gale since they're a little.
Also, one more cultist, like, right here. Hasn't gone yet. But Gale probably has priority. Probably should
That's
get
true.
That'll be fine.
Yeah, Gale's real strong.
How far down the hole is Gale?
He's going to Kansas.
Gale's fine. He's going back to Kansas.
How far down the hole is he at the moment?
Not terribly, probably no more than 5 or 10.
Okay. So I'm gonna fly in here. I'll fly past the blue dragonborn who might take an opportunity attack. Whatever, I don't give a shit.
She sure will.
I ain't scared. Actually, I technically didn't. Where I'm at, I didn't leave her range again. So
Yeah, you're right. You're still right next to her.
cool. But thankfully, I have like a 10/15 foot reach, so I'm gonna attack the Kenra. This will be at an advantage because I dashed at least 20 feet, I think.
Yep.
Yep, sure did.
Woo! Big old hit, 18 points, and they take all of it. And then they're ignited.
And they. Give me a con save.
Here it comes. Just gotta scroll all the way back up. There we go. 16. I think misses.
That's a stun.
Shit.
Okay. I'm gonna attack her again. Are they all hers?
Let's see. Kenra, male. Aarakocra, female. Dragonborn, female. Kobold, male.
I'm gonna attack him. Sorry, I don't want to misgender anybody. That's a 29
It's okay. I didn't throw him on there.
because he's stunned.
Yep, that's another solid hit for 14.
And then Ace, are you okay? Or not Ace. Sorry, I know he's fine. Gale, are you okay? Do you want help? Oh, jeez.
I'll be okay.
You want me to just keep wailing on this guy instead, then?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah, definitely.
Woof! Another solid hit for 8.
And then you know what? Give me a strength save too.
Oh boy. Hey, they're not good at this though.
They're also prone.
Alright, stunned, spinning in place. This Kinra is not having a good day.
Not spinning in place, actually. Because I kick them 10 feet toward the wall, too.
Excellent. Yeah, this Kinra is not having a great time.
My turn.
Alright, that brings us to Flick.
Okay. Could fire this at the Dragonborn cultist. I know it's a disadvantage.
I think that still hits. It does still hit, yep.
Okay,
For-
cool. Additionally, they are pushed back 10 feet.
Oh no! Alright, ripped free of the vines, but I'll say it leaves enough behind for you to hold on to, Nordo.
Cool.
They're thrown back over the edge, and you can see that they begin to rapidly accelerate towards this thing.
That one will miss.
That one misses.
30.
That one's good, though, for another 9.
And another 10 feet.
Wait, which one of these? I know one of these is every time, and one of them is only once per turn, and I can never remember which one's which.
Let me double check. I'm pretty sure it's anytime I hit it.
I think you're right. I think it is the pulling one that is only once per turn, but I always forget which is which.
Yeah, it's true.
When you hit a
you can
creature
push
with-
anytime you want.
When you hit a creature with Eldritch Blast, you can push the creature. It doesn't say anything about a limitation.
Hell yes. Why don't I ever do? I would love Warlock. I should play Warlock.
Yeah, remember you played a third level Warlock?
Oh, that's true. I don't know why I never got that invocation. Oh, I didn't think I got any invocations, actually.
I think you probably got the one.
And then I'll
Because
run
you
over
were-
here. Shoot my last one.
God damn it, Flick. Yeah, that'll do it.
Dan, 10 more feet, please.
Yep.
On the Aarakocra.
Oh boy.
You put a big juicy black hole for me to shoot people into.
Sure did.
That's me though.
You save Uno.
I don't
Why?
have a
She's a
pulling
bitch.
one.
Because her name implies that she might be my sister.
It's unfortunate, but your sister has betrayed us.
She has a spell book with spells in it.
I do like
What?
spells.
Just
You,
start
but
saving
you
every-
got me.
Come across and aim it. Skip
On our
roll,
enemy.
Go fish now. Come on, Ace.
Alright, no
All
matter.
right, you sold me on spell book. You know, no one ever has a spell book.
Writes down their spells.
Let's see if I can do a little something with Uno. This is 30. 19 on Uno. Attacks her and pulls her 10 feet closer.
That does hit. So, oddly, Ace can see this as well. When you look over the edge, Uno still appears to be in a trance. They seem to just be kind of lifelessly sitting there, floating, looking with that 1,000-yard stare. And then you slam this telekinetic camera in, grab her, and pull her how much is it? 10 feet closer? And when you hit her, there's like a shriek, and she's like, ah! Like she was faking it, and she suddenly looks towards all of you and like throws her hands up into the air as she is flung in your direction.
Question: does she actually screech, or is she inside an orb of silence?
She actually is 70 feet down. This only brings her up 60 feet, so she is like past the orb of silence on the other side.
I don't think Nomad could hit her then.
Telekinetic. Oh,
no.
that's a 30-foot
Only
range.
30
Yeah.
feet.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
I
thought she was closer.
You know what? I'll let it happen just this once because we've already committed to it.
Gotcha.
Okay.
But you're on thin fucking ice, mister.
You should have said how far down she is.
I'm sorry.
Maybe we should have had this be an up and down map instead of a side.
I probably
Yeah.
should have, yeah.
They look so close. That's within 15 feet. Anyway, so yeah, I pulled her 10 feet closer, I guess. We'll pretend this suddenly had a range of 60 feet. And then, oh no, because of the range. What does it look like, by the way? That hole.
You can see that the spool of thread in your hand is the thread links down towards that hole directly to its center where it kind of intersects and there's a glowing point of impact where it seems to connect into the hole. Give me a perception check.
Oh boy, I'm not good at those. Let's see. 23. That's actually one of my better rolls.
One of the first things that you can tell for sure is that it is pulling the thread. The spindle is turning inside of the flying shuttle as this thing draws thread in fairly quickly. You imagine that it would probably draw all of the thread in a matter of about 3 minutes or so. The second thing that you can tell is that there are faint images of places where that light intersects with this portal. It looks very much like a magical portal or a portal to another place. You see a fleeting vision of a cold mountainside, and then a fiery volcano, and then a city, and then an ocean. Like, it's just all of these images back to back really, really fast.
That's pretty fascinating. Is there a piece of rubble in this room that I can pick up?
Tons of them.
Well, I'm just gonna pick up as an item interaction a piece of rubble, I guess. And let's see, I move 15 feet. That's all my movement. I'm gonna order Lucy to attack the Sandy Kenra cultist who's over here.
Alright, fire away.
These are all advantage because they're prone.
Yep.
And
Oh wait, no. They're stunned. Oh, these are just regular attacks then. Because like it's prone and these are ranged.
Gotcha, yep.
That's 1. 23.
That still hits for 23.
It's 14.
That's 14 misses, 14
That's
misses, double crit on disadvantage.
Let me just roll another 2d6. For 9.
Alright, just incinerating this cultist.
Yeah. And Ace, do you want me dragged a little further? Or do you want to be dragged
I'm cool wherever.
higher?
I don't care where I'm at, as long as I can shoot people.
Yeah, Lucy's gonna just lift you up into the air a little further away. How high do you want to be? You can reach how high is the ceiling?
30 feet. Pretty tall room.
I'm so high.
Very tall room, I should say. It's a chamber.
high
It's gonna-
above me.
Yeah, he's gonna put Ace basically at ceiling height, nice
Alright,
and safe.
yeah.
And then she's gonna move back down around here.
Ace, you can definitely tell that when Lucy lets go of you, the drift is small, but you are drifting back down towards this thing.
Could
Or
she put me?
Where do you want to go?
I mean, maybe behind. I don't know, near a pillar.
Yeah, she has enough movement to go basically anywhere in this room several times. So yeah, she puts you behind a pillar.
Well, you have something to like hang on to, I guess.
Oh, there we go.
There we
Like
go.
near the ceiling, though. That way, I'm like, I can
Yeah,
still
yeah,
see.
definitely near the ceiling.
I'll just ride it like a little horse.
Excellent.
She's
Alright.
gonna end up here.
Anything else?
That's my entire turn.
Alright, we got a couple of these boys. The kobold has no way to brace himself, so he just fails. And he's already 20 feet down, which means he moves.
60 feet into the hole. I want to see what happens. Does it tear him flesh from bone? Does it crush him?
Who knows, man? He does drop about 20 feet very rapidly, which I believe puts him just outside of the silence because it's a 20-foot
The
radius.
silence is in the arrow that's stuck inside him.
Oh, son of a...
He can use his action to remove the arrow or an attack to remove the arrow.
God damn it, did I rule it like that? Why would I do
You
this
did.
to myself? Son of a bitch. Well, he's a spellcaster, and he can't cast spells, and that is bad. He's going to use an action to yank the arrow out. Is there any, like, check involved?
Nope, he just can, as that action, pull it out, and then he has an arrow of silence in his hand. So I guess he can try to throw it away.
Spoiler alert, he's got tiny little kobold arms. He will throw
He
it
does.
away, but not towards anybody. He actually chucks it down into this orb. And you...
Thank you for participating in the experiment.
you do actually see that as it hits this portal and is zipped through, there is this like bizarre distortion as it's pulled through, and then a flash of silence is what? Abjuration? What is silence?
I haven't pulled up. It is illusion.
Illusion. I guess that
Oh,
kind of
okay.
makes.
Yep. Also, can he throw it that far?
No, actually, he's got very puny arms, but you see that, like, the closer the arrow gets, the faster it accelerates. It seems that the closer you get to this thing, the more it pulls, and it just, like, gobbles up that arrow when it's flung, even in the general direction of that thing.
This is extremely offensive.
I'm so sorry.
For what? Gobbling the arrow?
But that is his action, and he's not looking too great. Kinra's up, who is also not looking great.
You made it sound like something weird was going to happen with the illusion magic.
There was a flash of pink, a flash of pink light that kind of emits as soon as it is sucked into the portal and then zipped to wherever it goes.
I'm assuming pink is the same color still stones are used for illusion.
You would know as an artificer that pink usually has to do with like the mind or intelligence.
I'm not an artificer.
Yeah, it's usually either. Oh wait, I thought you took it.
No,
Just
I
Tinkers.
just
Tinker's tool.
Tinker's tool.
That's fair. Oh well,
Yeah.
you've spent a lot of time traveling with Gale. You probably would have learned that like yellow and pink stand for like vision, light, and then pink stands for like the mind. Those are
I
kind
go
of
to
illusion
Nomad's Night Class Academy all the time. He tells me things all the time. I have
Perfect.
lectures every night.
All right, the Kinra's still prone. They're still stunned. They don't do shit. Brings us to Elise. Elise looks angry. She looks especially angry about this Dragonborn. Yeah, she's gonna cast a 7th level spiritual weapon, actually.
Oh, Jesus.
7th level, she has that.
That's what I'm talking about.
I probably should actually like put the upcast version of this on here. Why do I? Okay. Forgive me, I'm a terrible DM. 1d8 for every 2 slots. So 2, 4, 6. So she would just do 6. There's no reason to do 7th. And that'll on 3d8 more. And this is on the Blue Dragonborn. Big old. Oh, they're prone. 22 for 22. There we go.
And restrained until technically. I don't know how that works.
They were forcefully moved, which I believe breaks the restraint, but I'll double check that to make sure. She's going to use her main action. She doesn't have any like ranged attacks. She's just going to come over here so she can brace herself on this pillar. She actually doesn't.
She can Sacred Flame.
She could do that. First, she's going to do this to make sure she's not flung off the edge.
And he'll immediately fail because he's stunned.
Oh shit! Actually, Elise, in her moment of fury, kind of fails to realize that she's losing one of her last chances to grab onto something solid, and you watch as she is pulled a little closer to the edge.
That's fine.
Yeah, she's going to use her action to Toll the Dead on the Blue Dragonborn.
Oh.
Hell yeah, get some.
Yeah. Where is Blue? Oh, he's over there.
Got flung back by Flick. Alright, Gale is up.
Sorry, I got very distracted by stupid nonsense. Okay. I'm gonna shoot the Aarakocra. Actually, no, I'm gonna shoot Uno. Fuck Uno. Because the silence is gone.
If you wish to say it telepathically, it's free. I did shoot Leo.
You're trying to kill us.
We don't know that.
We do know it, though.
You
We
have
do. We watched it happen in a scrying vision.
Question is, why is Uno still in a trance and everyone isn't?
Oh, she was pretending to be in one.
Okay.
As soon as Nomad attacked, she dropped the axe and put her hands up.
Ah, there we go. Oh,
Like
she
surrendering or
immediately
just being like defensive?
Best as you can tell, like surrendering. She hasn't said anything. But her hands are empty, and she is holding them over her head.
She's a spellcaster. She doesn't need weapons.
It's like one of them semantable components. Get it?
Okay, out of curiosity, just because this is a very vertical map, how close are all of these cultists to me specifically?
Okay. Aarakocra. Oh boy. let me
Rather,
go-
more specifically, how many of them could I get up to with 35 feet of movement?
Definitely white and blue. Definitely not copper. And yes, Kinra. Just barely.
In that case, I'm going to try something new.
Ooh,
Ooh.
some dragony spells.
Hey.
But we're going to get a little weird with it. I'm going to use a sorcery point and turn that into lightning, as lightning starts arcing off of Gale's feet, and he's just going to, in a flash of movement, run up and just, like, touch each of these cultists, and then...
Hell yes.
A sorcery
Run zero
point.
gravity?
I would rule that like this affects your movement in such a way that you could use it to propel yourself without needing to like touch a surface. Like it says you get
It's like
you're
Like, I'm
you're rocket
touching-
jumping basically.
Yeah, like I'm touching on flooring, presumably I can, like,
Yeah,
use that to kick off and jump.
exactly. You could like kick off jump here and
Wave
then do like
dash
you could do a jump off of that wall to come get this last guy. So yeah. Hit me with a d6 for each of them. Alright, there is a trail of lightning that arcs behind all of them. As you watch Gale just begin zipping back and forth across the place, basically wave dashing, yeah.
oh my gosh, he's Sonic the Hedgehog.
Anything else?
Absolutely, because that was only my bonus action and movement.
Got
I
the
just-
attacks.
So I come up to this guy and I'm just gonna point blank shoot my gun in his face.
Hell yeah. Advantage from stun.
Advantage. 31.
31 and 22 both
22.
good for 35 total points. That's pretty gross.
That's gonna be it, and I'm gonna can I kind of scamper along the edge of this thing?
Yeah, so as you kind of land over there, you can kind of pull yourself a little bit. You can definitely tell, like, you're being pulled downwards and kind of away from the wall. But for the time being, you have enough touch contact with the wall to kind of skitter along it.
Okay, but hear me out.
Okay.
Because I have lightning coming off of my feet,
Yeah.
can I magnetize myself?
Um,
Metal.
I don't know about magnetize, but the lightning is literally like propelling you. So like you're propelling yourself enough to not be pulled towards this thing. It adds an extra 20 feet to your movement. That's pretty significant propulsion.
Fair enough.
All right, that'll bring us to the top of the new round. But I will be right back because food is done and I'm starving.
That'll give me time to work on this thing.
Hey,
Never seen something
There we go.
move so fast. Aside from
Ace's computer crashed anyway, so he'll be
Wait,
back in a minute.
that
Oh,
crashed
you're
a
here.
long time ago.
I just saw the message.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
No, my computer actually restarts pretty quickly. So.
Oh, okay. I see that was.
Do we
like,
think this is
20.
going to be a long battle?
that
Or
Sandy
like-
Kenra's fucked.
I'm just gonna knock them all into the hole and they're gonna die.
Okay, so I shouldn't waste any resources then.
I mean, it's been one turn, and 2 of them are about dead, and I wouldn't. I'll be back though.
Okay. I think I'm finally in a position where I can cast darkness in a beneficial way. I can just cast it on the pillar I'm on, and then I'll be in darkness, and then I can just shoot out of it.
Yeah, you could just do that.
I don't know why I didn't think about it before.
So try not to dispose of them too quick. I need their heads.
I'm pretty sure the black hole is going to prevent you from getting their heads.
That's what I mean. Try to prevent from hitting it too fast.
I think you're a little bit too late for that.
Yeah, man, my bean can fly 60 feet around. The Vasu can fly faster than that.
Yeah, but if he gets too close to it, he's going to start getting sucked in.
Fly away. I believe in him.
Well, we'll see what happens when that Aarakocra gets too close.
Also, Vasu doesn't have to get too close. He's got the water whips. Need to find out what their fucking plan was. What were they doing? What the fuck they want here?
I don't know. I'm wondering is if Uno woke up when they did, or if she's just been like pretending to be in a stasis for a while, just
I think
waiting
she's
for us.
just pretending. Oh, who
Well, she was
knows?
pretending. She was pretending regardless. But did she wake up when they woke up and she just pretended, or was she just like, shit, they're coming, and she just pretended at that point?
Well, how hungry / dehydrated does she look?
We'll have to. You know what? We'll ask when Fett gets back. That's a good question. Enhance.
Ace literally just cranks his monocle to the side. I see you.
It's like Spy Kids with like the
It's the super.
like the 4 lenses that peer out.
It's like 50 lenses. I just realized this boat initiative.
No, he got taken out.
But we were to Jaeger him. It's okay. I don't think we'll.
I don't think we really needed him.
I mean, we need him in spirit.
He's in this other room trying to solve the puzzle still, not realizing we've already solved it. It's like, no, guys, that's not the right way to do this. It's a better way. You know, we could probably put more stones into our best friendship bracelets. I don't
We
know
should do that.
what it would do. Maybe we can make it so that it transfers it better.
Maybe. That sounds
1 mana
nice.
becomes 2 because friendship is so powerful.
Oh my gosh, that sounds great. It's
I
like
think it
10
would-
mana per day.
Nobody walking up, maybe just slapping on the wrist. We're best friends now.
I'd give anything to have my rage points back.
You know, I'm starting to understand that very quickly.
The struggle is real.
I spent 2 of them.
Yeah.
On Monday. I'm already down my 2 out of my 3.
I mean, granted, you guys did also get like 3 days of shit done, so you have another long
True.
rest
I
coming up in
just-
like 2 days.
And then I was looking at that. I'm like, once you get to level 20, you get infinite. And I'm like, oh my god.
Mhm.
I mean,
It's
you're never gonna
You're
get
a
that.
barbarian?
Not in Zeke's campaign. My character is he's a barbarian.
what was he, Bard?
That's what I mean.
Barbarian
Like,
3, Bard 2. I think you're going.
Yeah,
all
3 bard,
right?
and then rest of it's going to be. Oh, sorry, 3 barbarian. The rest of it's going to be bard. Speaking of which, how's the Wild Tales going? Has they gotten stuck at someone?
I think it's me.
I think it's
And
stuck on.
do-
Yeah.
Oh, good luck. I'm so sorry, guys. It's just.
Yeah,
It's just it fits him with
For
how
this one.
incoherent it is.
2 minutes and 40 seconds. And I'm like, oh my god, I can't. I keep falling asleep every time I listen to it. I just can't.
Yeah, it starts. It's a journey.
You can't listen to it multiple times, Frisk.
No, I
It does defeat
literally
the whole
just-
thing.
Yeah, I literally just listened to the first 6 seconds and fall asleep, so I haven't heard anything.
You probably learned his name at this point.
I know his name, thank goodness.
Hey, that's not how the game plays.
Sounds like
This is a game, it sounds like an obligation.
sounds like cheating up in here.
Does sound like a lot of cheating.
Ace, you're up.
Okay. Question: how tall is this room?
30-foot ceiling,
I'm on the ceiling, right?
tucked against the ceiling behind the pillar.
Perfect. I'm going to take out my bow and I'm just going to shoot right in front of me and use my reaction to cast darkness. So now I'm in darkness,
Perfect. You're in darkness.
and no one else is. Now nothing can see me, and I have my advantage forever again. And I'm so happy. I'm going to shoot. Who looks like they need to be shot? Which guy is this guy? His name's Haydn.
Blue Dragonborn.
You know what? I'm going to kill the kobold. I've been giving him a hard time. I should just keep doing that. So I'm going to shoot him with advantage, and I'm going to do the -5 for 10 more. Uh, 23 to hit
That's good.
for 39 damage. And that's my turn. I'm just gonna straddle this pillar,
Cowboy style.
cowboy style. Yeah. And I'm gonna purposely have shot my arrow so that it's like not. It's just gonna be like the first half of the ceiling is darkness, and everyone is probably fine.
Yep, that works. There's basically like a 15-foot radius dome upside down on the ceiling. Okay, that brings us to the white air cultist. She
Brings
wants
it to
do things.
me. Actually, alacrity, please.
Oh, yep.
Thanks. Okay. I don't know why I was so insistent about that, because I have no plan for my turn. Boy. Are any of these cultists besides Kenra in range to be attacked, like, from the edge without having to, like, jump off? Because Aarakocra's up in the air, right?
Aarakocra's 10 feet up. If you could do it if you were in Elise's exact spot. And then the Kenra's 30 feet up by the ceiling. Probably actually caught in the darkness with Ace.
Okay. I'm going to run over and, if I can, just share space with Elise.
Yeah, get to squeeze
Attack
away
with
to the
disadvantage. Recklessly to overcome that disadvantage.
Did your rage go away? I doubt it.
No, still good.
Why would you wish it away?
I wish I wouldn't have spent the points.
Oh, well, that's fair. So just 14, right?
What?
Disadvantage plus advantage.
Oh,
cancel out.
right. Yeah,
Yep.
oops, yep, that's that one.
That one's a miss.
Maybe I forgot that this was canceling out.
You're good.
Second attack.
However, the higher roll would have hit, so they take 5 bludgeoning damage.
Oh yeah, fun.
Hey,
No,
look.
it's just a straight roll.
Oh,
I shouldn't
right,
I shouldn't have rolled 2 dice there.
Yep, that's true. That one's a crit, though. Good shit.
It's a crit.
Oh, how fun! And I will use my reaction for the first like actual legitimate spine of the cloud pierced spine I've ever gotten on a real crit. Okay, that's my action. Strength save from them, please.
Ugh. Nope.
And whilst we're at it, I don't know if that can even work because there's no ground for roots to
Um,
sprout out of, but
It does. It says it like bursts from the ground.
it explicitly says the roots like burst from the ground.
Yeah, then I'm gonna say that it really it can't work here.
That's fine. And then can I get a con save? Praise be.
If we throw a clump of earth underneath them, does that count of ground?
Get a jar of dirt.
Just a jar of dirt. Okay, that is my action. For my bonus action, I'll make an arm strike. Because why not? It's true. Spring from different ground.
Really big roots.
With gravity this way, everything's the ground if you think about it.
Even
Rock's
the
not an
air.
argument.
The air is the ground too.
Any surface would be the ground.
God,
good
look at
hit.
that wasted crit damage.
Right.
She even would have been restrained. That is my bonus action to my action. I will walk away and again kind of dip into this door so I have something to brace myself on.
All right. That
That's my
brings it
turn.
to them. They're stunned, so they don't get to do shit, and they drift. Uh-oh. Basically down to eye level with Elise. Blue is not stunned. Oh my god, Blue might actually get to do something. It does bleed a little.
It does. Oh, and also the other one bleeds a little too.
Oh yeah, sure does.
10 for blue, 4 for white.
Uh-oh. Alright, Blue Dragonborn's gonna cast a spell.
Counter spell.
Give me a check.
That's what I'm here for. Where are you, counter spell? 15?
Oh, damn it.
Just
Well,
made it.
that is a shame. They're Dragonborn, so they don't have any way to prevent this movement. Yeah, they begin to drift.
Where the fuck am I on the map? Help. Help, where am I on the map?
Down in the
Can't find
southeast.
myself. Oh, there I am. Shit, we all look alike.
Under Vasu.
Alright,
Thank you.
and it's your turn.
That was my mana, Mr. Dragon. Is he prone?
Yes.
Oh, he didn't spend any actions getting up.
I'll say he at least spends half his movement to, like, stop himself
Stop
spinning.
spinning.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to just fucking... Can I spend an action to, like, determine the nature of this? Actually.
Absolutely. Give me an Arcana check.
Let's go closer so I can get a better look. And here's my Arcana. While holding the spool of thread. Do I get the sense that if I like try and clasp this spinning spool, will it make everyone stop moving again?
Okay.
Stuff like that.
You can definitely tell it's sucking the thread in, and it seems to be doing it with enough force that you're not sure if you could really even try to resist it, but you haven't tried yet, so it's worth a shot. You can definitely tell that it seems to be reacting to the thread strongly. There's a big magical interaction right at the point of intersection. What else can you tell? You can tell that this portal was only opened when the spool was reactivated. You can tell that it does seem to be a portal to another place. It does not seem to be damaging the things that fall into it as much as just transporting them. You see blips and then they go somewhere else. And you've even been able to see some of the places where it goes. Just fleeting visions of different.
And it's just random.
It
Yeah?
seems to be. You've seen like a snowy mountain, a volcano, an ocean, a city. You see like a forest. They all flash very, very rapidly. Let's see, with 35, what else? Definitely responsible for the anti-gravity as well as the pulling force, and the closer you get, the harder it pulls. With a 35, you would also be able to tell that although they're doing a good job of kind of masking it, or they're too distracted by the battle that's going on, there are still silver tethers to all of these cultists, except for Uno. And those silver tethers are hurting the cultists. You can see that there are tiny little white sparks and flames where it connects to their shoulder blade. You get the sense that whatever is going on right here is hurting the cultists.
Okay. Do I get the sense that I can just remove the thread from the thingy? Shuttle?
Certainly possible. With a 35, I'll say that you can get some information for free. With a 35, you look down and you can see that the shuttle has it's locked itself into some sort of a state. And it could be potentially unlocked somehow, but it would require time and study and magic, and probably some arcana checks. It definitely...
I did identify it. That helped.
You did. You would probably, from that identification, learn that in order to undo it, there is a ritual, and that ritual can only be done if the thread is wound all the way back onto it. So in other words, there's not currently a way to open it back up unless you can wind all of the thread back onto the spool.
Is it an action to start winding?
Yeah, you can just... you can do it as your item interaction. You've already spent your action, but you could start as an interaction to kind of tug against this and start to rewind it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that. Start winding it. And Lucy's just gonna attack Blue Dragonborn a few times until he's unconscious or something.
Excellent. While Lucy is attacking, go ahead and give me a strength or a dex check, either one, to wind this thing quickly.
Ooh. It's a strength or dex check.
I was gonna say, I feel like it would normally be dex, but in theory,
You want
you
me
could
to
just...
actually wind this thing?
Oh!
Here's
can't
the thing you can do with
just
this
will
brain.
With my mind? Here's my unskilled dex check. As I am like, I have to physically do this? Interact with the weave with my fucking shitty fingers?
You take your shitty fingers and start trying to wind this spool. And
ow!
You
Look
notice...
at my talons! My talons are 3 inches long! How do you...
Almost immediately, some of this thread gets wrapped around one of your fingers and then around one of your claws, and it gets, stuck. It knots up almost immediately. And then you start to feel it pull and tug a little bit, and the line goes taut.
Hey, I think it stopped.
No.
I think my finger's about to snap.
No, taut as in, this thing is pulling your hand towards the hole now. Anyway, Flick's turn. Oh, wait, make your attacks with Lucy.
Yeah. Here's Lucy's attacks. 27 with 19?
Woo!
He's still up?
This is on...
Oh no, that's on...
Or on blue.
The blue guy.
Still up.
Still up? Is he still up?
Not anymore.
And this is on Aarakocra. 16 probably misses. 26.
16 actually does hit.
Oh, so 14, 19.
You have advantage anyway because she's dead.
Oh, sweet. 29, 26.
Excellent.
That's me. And then, Lucy's gonna be like, father is going to go get yacked into the thing. I never trust, she just grasps my collar or something.
Yeah, she's out of actions to, actually grab you, but she comes over to start helping you.
Just start, standing in front of me or something.
Alright.
That's my turn.
That brings us
He's
to...
like, God, my fucking finger. Help.
That brings us to Flick.
God, that's way bigger than I thought it was.
Oh.
That's what she said.
Wow. Ow.
Is that why she married you?
Yes.
Excellent.
No other reasons.
Okay, Gale can deal with this.
Kill.
Cool.
Oh boy.
What are you doing? Oh! It's fine, Gale has great saves.
Well, this is not good. Are you hitting Uno with this?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh wait,
Excellent
Uno's surrender,
spell.
right?
She currently has her arms up like she's trying to surrender.
Oh well, then I shouldn't hit her. Maybe.
But you
With that
were
said-
okay with hitting Gale?
So with that said, she
Well,
is-
I was so I could get the other person.
So she's 60 feet down, so like you can hit all three of the cultists and Gale without getting Uno if you want. But you do have the option to also hit Uno if you wanted to.
1 second.
Yeah, because she is 60 feet down.
Like a bunch of unconscious cultists.
Okay, don't shoot. Don't hit. Uno. She's surrendering.
Alright, here come a bunch of int saves. Including one from Gale.
I believe in you, Gale.
Gale saves, and 2 of them fail? Yeah, 2 of them fail.
Okay. Either way, they take at least half of that damage.
34. Ugh.
Does Gale have a thing for me? I forget. I don't remember what our tempo attacks do.
Hmm.
Oh, that's a good question. I'll double check in a sec.
I don't think I do.
Is the cultist
No,
the
ace.
yeah? Is the kobold cultist too low? Because it's closer to the hole, isn't it?
Let's see. The radius on this is what? 25, so it's 50 total. No, you can make this work. Yeah, you can make this work. Alright, and then also 2 of them are muddled. They both look pretty fucked up, honestly. All of these cultists are looking pretty fucked up.
Excellent spell.
Thanks. That'll be it. I'll fix you up in a bit, Gale. I'm sorry.
Alright, that brings us to the Copper Kobold, who has no way to hold on and drops another 40 feet. At this point, he's only about 20 feet away from the hole. And he doesn't like that, so he's going to try to cast a spell. And I think he might finally be out of everyone's counterspell range.
How far is he away from me?
80 feet down and about 20 feet over, so probably like
Oh,
90,
okay, no.
100.
Nah. I'm not within range.
Alright, thank God. He casts a spell and he disappears.
Can I tell what the spell is?
You could use your action.
Sure.
Give me an Arcana check.
Everyone else seems to have fucked off anyway, so let's do it. Here's an Arcana.
DC 19. You're good. It was a dimension door.
Oh, okay. Nomad just says he's still nearby.
Vasu.
Oh boy. I feel like I'm probably just gonna keep beating people up. So I'll fly over here. I will punch the Kenra along the way. Or not a punch, because I want to light them more on fire.
Are they on the ground or the ceiling?
Ceiling.
I think they might be in darkness.
Because you were intentionally trying to only get yourself, I'll say you could
Okay.
plant the arrow like right over
Okay.
here. So yeah, you're
Okay.
good. 28 is good for 18. He is just barely standing.
Nearly there.
How about now?
Not anymore. Yeah, his body ices over and he begins to drift down towards the hole.
Fire's over, more like.
Or, yeah.
So I reach, and then kind of. I don't know if I need to like use a reaction to like put my spear away, so I'm not gonna risk it. Instead, I'm gonna hold my free hand out to Gale, be like, grab on, and then I'm gonna thrust the not bladed edge of my spear out to Uno and say, grab on.
Notably, you shouldn't get close to me.
Is it okay? Are you good?
You see he is crackling with
Sparky.
lightning.
Doesn't seem to discriminate.
I'll spin around and offer the hand to Uno instead.
Okay, so
It's
Uno,
okay. You have a 10-foot reach with your spear.
so you're 20 feet off the ground currently, and Uno is 60 feet below the ground, which means she's about 80 feet away from you. You can also see that she is rapidly sinking towards this hole.
Oh boy. I can't remember exactly where I was at. I think I was behind Nomad here or something like that.
I think that's right.
Yeah, 15. You said I'm 80 feet away from her right now?
About 80 feet, yep.
Okay, I'm going to use a bonus action and a key point to dash. We'll fly down there. And I will say, grab on! For real this time.
Alright. She will gladly grab on, and kind of just clutches to your back and shoulders. As you get close, you can feel this strain and tug, which at first was just kind of a mild nuisance because you have a fly speed, suddenly become a real and actual potential danger. If you want to fly away from it, I will need strength checks.
Okay, I absolutely do want to fly away from it. And that is why I gave myself plenty of fly speed and used the dash action.
Hell yeah. Alright then, give me an athletics check.
So you want acrobatic?
Nah, this is literally just you against a force. It's kind of just strength.
Ooh!
Hey, you
Dang
got
it.
this shit. Yeah, you've got this shit totally great. You're able to grab her and then use all of your remaining movement without any sort of impediment.
Can I connect with him telepathically and be like, take her spell book from her?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna be like, okay, before we go anywhere, pass me a spell book and any knives you might be planning to stab me with, or I'm gonna leave you down here.
Give me an intimidation check.
I do it at advantage because we're
Absolutely.
hovering above a black hole.
Oh yeah. Yeah, she will hand over, she starts to hand over a dagger and then, like, just fumbles with it. She looks incredibly nervous, and also not particularly strong. And you watch as the force just rips the dagger out of her hand, and down towards the hole. And then she kind of, like, sobers up a little bit, and then she very carefully, with both hands, grabs the spell book and says nothing, but, like, hands it over, gripping it tight. Like, she can't say it, but she does not want to drop this spell book.
Yeah, I get that, and I'm gonna take it also very carefully because I don't want her to lose it, but I also don't want her fucking me over as we fly back up here.
Yep, legit.
And then, yeah, I'm gonna... Also, just, I'm curious, as I saw that dagger whipped into this black hole below me, was it magical?
It sure was.
No!
You can
Did
give
it go
me
into the hole?
you can give me
Or is it
a
just
dex
falling?
save to try to catch it. No, okay, I want to clarify before you make this save. You're trying to catch a falling knife, and you're a chef, and I don't need to tell you what happens if you fail.
Yeah. No, a falling knife has no handle.
Right.
Yeah, I'll just fly away.
Okay, cool.
I've got plenty of movement. We're 60 feet down, right?
Yeah, 60 feet down.
Okay, so it was like 15 feet to get over here and punch that guy in the face and kill him, and then I had 60 to get down here, and then I dashed, so I still have 75 feet of flight.
God, you
I'm
just
gonna go
wherever you want.
zoom.
Yeah, 70 feet is enough to at least get back up to the edge and a little bit of a distance away.
Yeah, I think like 60
Yeah, she has got a white knuckle
Yeah,
grip the entire time.
gets me exactly right where I put myself. I'm right where I started.
Awesome.
All I know is we're traveling without moving.
Alright, that brings us to Elise, who needs a strength save. Okay, alright. Having seen that the Blue Dragonborn has been finished off, she suddenly realizes that she's in kind of a bad spot, and she makes a fearful lunge, realizing that she's dealing with a tremendous height and something actively sucking her into it, and grips onto this pillar. She will use her bonus action to try to decapitate the white Aarakocra.
Good idea. Good on ya.
Or crit. Yeah, just clean cut off of her head.
What's your spiritual weapon look like?
It is a big... Actually, it is a fairly small golden scimitar with a lion on the handle.
It's like her regular sword.
It is, but smaller. It's like a baby version. And then I think that is everyone down here. She's gonna just kind of take a dodge action, and kind of get away from that edge as best as she can. That brings us to Gale. You guys are still aware that one person dimension doored, and you're not sure where they went. I think we can kind of drop out of initiative here a little bit, unless there's something time sensitive that you want to do.
Yeah. Ace, is it possible for you to look for kobolds with your ping? Like dragons?
I can only look for humanoids and aberrations.
Oh, that's fair.
So as soon as I hear Nomad say that the kobold's still nearby, Norda just like runs up the stairs and starts looking for him. So I'll just start like sprinting.
Yeah, I say
think-
he's at least within 500 feet.
I do want to actually go down and bind Uno's hands.
All right, easy enough.
And probably gag her as well, so that she can't use verbal components.
Yeah, she gives a little bit of a weird eye roll when you go for the gag, but she is compliant for all of it.
Would you like to be connected to her telepathically?
If possible.
Hello.
So we'll do this one thing at a time. Nordo begins rushing up the stairs and trying to chase after. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
I'm also, for what it's worth, going to tie the end of the rope to myself.
All right. No immediate signs. You're running as fast as you can, which is very fast because barbarian monk. But so far, no signs of this dude.
Okay.
You are able to bind Uno, tie her hands, gag her, and then begin to connect with her telepathically. Nomad, as you establish this telepathic connection, the tugging on your finger is leaving the realm of gentle.
Yeah. Don't worry, I got something for that.
Okay.
Can I have Moat help me start tugging it back? Or rather, I'll help Note start reeling it back.
Absolutely. Let's see.
And Lucy's going to collect the bodies before they disappear into the hole. And can she grab the knife first, I guess? She has a movement of 60 feet flying.
Which knife?
I think the knife's
That's
gone.
Phil. I don't know. It has no
Uno's
gravity.
knife?
Yeah.
Uno's knife, she was close enough that it just like fell into the hole
Oh,
and was gone.
That's her.
Yeah. I was given
Oh,
the
then-
option to deck save and
Yeah.
grab it, but
Yeah.
Just the
I wanted,
bodies.
I
then.
wanted to keep my hand.
All right. The bodies
And-
are still far enough away that she's able to gather them up before they drift down.
Yeah.
Moat will try
gets a
to help
strength
you pull.
check With, Moat gets a strength check with advantage.
24. He pulls and pulls and pulls and pulls, and there is no give. There's no give whatsoever. This thing is not pulling fast, but it also does not budge. It does not give one single shit about the pulling that you guys do against it.
Oh. So we can't pull it. That was different from the information that was given earlier. But okay. It can't be wound at all, yeah? And the spool can't be removed from the thing.
So you were able to wind it a little bit, but it hit a point where it went taut and could not be pulled anymore. And then you
Okay.
started to notice that it was continuing to suck thread inward.
Okay.
Getting your finger out of it is not a difficult thing. It happened temporarily because you nat 1'd with a 3, but like with a little help and concentration, you're able to undo your finger just fine. The issue is that the thread is still being pulled, and there's only about 2.5 minutes left before the spool runs out of thread.
Can I wind it around a pillar so it stops pulling?
Yeah, you start to like kind of go around to the pillar and you wind it around the backside. And for a moment it seems to work, and then it begins to pull taut. And then whatever hand you're using to kind of brace it against the pillar gets pulled towards the pillar as the line gets shorter and shorter. And there comes a point where you're going to have to like either pinch your fingers against this pillar or find some other way to brace it.
Let me just wind it several more times around. That way friction will prevent
sure.
it from going.
Sure. Go ahead and give me, I think this is int sleight of hand for rope tying. I mean, just winding it around is a very, very simple knot, but let me see how you do.
I'm going to use a bonus action to give myself proficiency in sleight of hand.
Nordo continues to give chase. You're very fast. Go ahead and give me another perception check.
Cool. So at the end of 12 seconds, I've made it out front, if I did my math right.
God, that's fucking
This
fast.
is 20? +3.
20. All right. So there's not a lot of length left on this line, but you're able to use what there is to make one full rotation around this pillar. And when you do, you can see that the thread begins to dig slowly into the stone. The pillar starts to form cracks. There is a sudden, and you hear a crack as the thread like digs in first or past the first layer of stone and towards like the inner kind of concrete support structure of the pillar.
I'm gonna move Uno away from the stone.
Yeah.
Um,
Nomad with the device with them follows the thread, sort of a finger tracing along the taut line, and then he says, "For science," and starts heading toward it.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. You unwind it, and you guys watch as Nomad begins drifting towards the thing following the thread. Real quick, you have telepathically connected with Uno. So far, Uno has said nothing.
Hello, Uno.
You see,
You've said nothing so far in your head.
Goodbye, Uno.
Goodbye, Uno.
physically, she looks towards you. She seems to recognize that you're using telepathy, but she continues to say nothing. However, as a response to you, she holds up her two hands, which are bound together, and she makes like a scribbling motion with her tied hands.
I'll pull out
she's
a
right.
piece of paper and a quill for her.
All right. She immediately like throws down onto her hands and knees and begins, with her hands still tied together, scribbling and scrawling on this paper. Oh boy, what does she say? She's doing this frantically. Oh yeah, that's that's a good point. Give me a perception check, Nordo.
Alright.
So shit's been kind of a cluster.
It was 20. If it's, so yeah, the perception check looking for the
Wait, we
kobold
trapped
is
the-
20.
Yeah, Gale did.
Yeah, sure did.
But I'm not looking for traps. I'm running 150 feet in 6 seconds.
I'll give you advantage because you watched him make it. But go and give me another perception check.
I am following after Nordo because I have some speed boost.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Oh yeah, you're really fast.
All right.
I'm not nearly as fast as Nordo, but I'm
You're not?
following behind.
No, there's no way. I got 150 feet around.
Well, that's fair.
I have 100.
100. You're actually probably not too far behind.
Say in theory he'd be 100 feet behind me if he was dashing. So.
Yeah, that's like a full city block. If you remember and you want to give me a con check to shout as loud as you can to warn him about the trap, I'll let you do a con check. But if it's not something Gale would have remembered, I trust your honesty.
We have
and-
telepathy.
Oh yeah,
If you're
telepathy.
within 240 feet, they can contact with each, talk
Even
with
with
each other.
even with telepathy, Gale would just assume that Nordo knew.
Say I honestly, Izzy
Just let
can't
it
remember
happen.
where Nordo was when you were setting up that trap, so I don't
Sick.
know.
All right. Well,
Let's let it happen.
I tremendously appreciate the honesty from both of you. Both of you can have inspiration, and then I need a dexterity
Thank you.
saving throw, Nordo.
Perfect.
As there is a rocking crash and the sound of your ear ringing as this thing explodes as soon as you trip over it.
I suppose danger sense doesn't count here because it's not an effect that I saw.
So for what it's worth, the grenades don't have a big radius, and that was a big door, and the grenade would have been either on the left or right side. So
That's
there's
true.
a chance
There is a
you just
chance.
aren't even in the blast radius.
What is the radius of it?
I think they're only 10 feet. It's just like a standard stick of dynamite.
Okay, legit.
Oh, then it's not even that big damage. It's like 2d6 or something.
It's
Okay.
3d6.
So, danger sense weirdly says effects that you can see, such as traps and spells.
Yeah, I would argue that like you didn't see the tripwire, but when the explosion happens, you see the explosion.
Okay.
Yeah, you're fine.
Buy it.
Okay, you're
God.
good.
Shit.
Thank God for evasion. There is just this rocking crash. Your ear rings. There's a flash of bright light. Sand is kicked up and makes a big dust cloud. You're able to dodge
don't
all of the
care.
debris, and you take none of the damage because of evasion. But it definitely like kind of knocks you off your feet and against the wall, and then catches up from behind.
And then I immediately realized that the kobold probably didn't come this way.
Seems like a smart realization.
He may have teleported beyond this already, but
That's
Yeah.
true. So out from up front, do I see weird kobold running around anywhere? And also, while I was running up, are the people that were like stuporific normal now?
Give me a perception check.
They're probably unconscious because they're dying from starvation and dehydration. But who knows?
29 is very good. You notice a few things with the 29. Out front, you see no signs of the kobold, and also no recent footprints or kicked up sand like somebody has run through recently, except for from the big explosion that just happened. You see no indication that anybody has passed through recently, and no sign of the kobold. However, as you're running past all of these people, the first that you would have encountered, who was out in the open, they were all tucked inside rooms, so it actually would have been this lizard folk guy that was guarding this door initially. And when you pass by him right before the explosion goes off, you see that he is in the fetal position, rocking in place, and there is a brilliant, bright white fire burning between his shoulder blades.
Oh, Jesus.
He looks like he's in pain.
Okay. Oh boy, but I don't see the kobold like up, like, I don't know, flying up above or on the roof or anything.
You don't. The 29.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna turn back to the lizard folk guy. Not that I think there's absolutely anything I can do to help him, but I'll communicate that telepathically. Something's changed out here.
Yeah, it is unusual because when you check him out closely, even though he is kind of writhing and in the fetal position, his eyes are still doing the 1,000-yard gaze, and he's continuing to just mumble to himself. But it's like, am I sick? Is it time? I don't want to go early.
Is he? So you say there's a white fire between his shoulder, but is there smoldering flesh, like clothes burning? Is he like on fire, or is it?
It looks to be very much like supernatural, ghostly, kind of ethereal.
Okay.
You can see that there is definitely a little bit of like light necrosis that's happening around the skin where it's exposed. But it looks like bruising or internal bleeding. It does not actually look like fire.
Okay.
Or I should say, it looks like white, ghostly fire, but it doesn't look like he's
Right.
burning. Meanwhile, downstairs, Uno is frantically... At first, she lowers like the chalk or pen or whatever you give her to the ground, and she just starts scribbling nonsense, just marks and scratches, and she looks frustrated, she looks angry, and she kind of actually like slams the floor a couple times with her fists. And then she stops and she thinks for a moment, and then she gets an idea. And then she starts to draw.
Oh, is she feeble-minded?
She might be.
This is way too smart for somebody feeble-minded.
Yeah, is they even drawing and like faking a surrender? It's too smart for people mind.
True.
She draws this initial shape first, this big circle, and she like points towards the big black hole.
Okay.
And then she draws the line through it, and then she draws this bit right here.
The knot
The
around the pillar.
shuttle.
When you say not, she like nods emphatically.
Yeah. I don't understand. You can draw this, but you can't respond telepathically.
She nods emphatically.
Okay. What about the knot? Do you want me to undo it?
Nods emphatically.
Very well.
Can I make a quick check real quick? Does she
Absolutely.
look like? Does she look like she's in like? She was faking. Never mind.
Oh yeah, she does not have the silver thread, and you can actually, if you look real quick, there's still an illusory silver thread down where she was faking it. That has not drifted at all.
Gotcha.
I'm just gonna fucking undo it. I'm gonna grasp onto the spool, hang on to my thingy. I'm gonna get Lucy to grab me something from outside, just a little piece of debris or whatever. And after unwinding it, it's just whoop, get yanked into the hole.
All right, those of
Or
you who are down there,
science,
so Flick, Vasu, Ace, and Elise, you guys watch as Nomad grabs this rock from outside and disappears with a flash into the hole, along with the thread.
Lord. I just presume now we all lose our telepathy also.
Correct.
Telepathy gone.
Alright, well, when Nordo doesn't
Yeah.
get a response to his telepathy, he'll start running back that way.
He has a rock. He's probably just gonna teleport back. I do keep a close eye on Uno.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna pat her down. She's like hiding anything else.
Sure, absolutely. Give me an investigation check. Nomad, roll me a d3.
E3. A one.
The lowest I can roll is 24.
With a 24, you carefully check her for anything else that she might be hiding. You find that she has a wallet with a little bit of money in it. You find that she has a pocket full of bones, just bones. She has some rations. She has some scribbled paperwork, and by that I just mean basically like a tiny little note with some writing on it. And that writing reads... Whoops, sorry. Early enter. This will actually take a second to write out if you want to talk amongst yourself.
Big.
Didn't think to write it out ahead of time. It's only in my notes for some reason.
Handwritten notes?
Handwritten notes, it seems.
So after... Oh, I guess I can't ask you. Oh, and just for safe measure, I'm going to throw a hunter's mark onto Uno.
Okay, excellent.
And then for good measure, I'm also going to just cut one of her feathers in half and just take part of her feather, so we have a piece of her.
Do you draw her as well?
No. I can just later just change into her.
Are you gonna start asking her like, "Are you my sister? Are you my sister?"
I don't know if she would know if she's my sister. Also, the DM is currently busy. So I guess I could ask if she knows my mom's name.
She shakes her head no.
Oh well, I would ask it a different way, but yeah, I would ask if the name means anything to her, then say it, and then try to judge her reaction. That would be something I would like to insight. If I should I just go ahead and just throw an insight out?
Yeah, absolutely.
Lowest is a 25. 35. I see right through her.
She does not, but you do get a sense that she is intrigued by the question. You get the sense that maybe she is wondering the same thing you're wondering. She's at least following your train of thought.
Where am I from again? I forget. I asked her if she knows about, if she's ever been to the island that I'm from. Which name I forget.
You are from a place called... Where is it? Map. Here we go. Atua Nifo, which is one of the eastern islands of Rothrock, east of Makabungabanzi.
I asked her if she knows of that place,
She shakes her
or
head.
if she's been to that place. Okay. How?
Okay, double checking. Right, I think that's as far as she got.
This is probably the best thing to do since I have to go to work soon. This is like poof, nomads away.
I wish you said I'll be back right before you went in.
I'll be back.
Yep.
All right. While you're reading through that, Nomad, and only Nomad, and I trust everyone else to be good. There is a moment where you feel the entire world passed by you. You've used teleportation before. It's a similar feeling. This one has an oddly different feeling. Not entirely foreign to you, but it definitely does not feel like any teleportation that you've ever used before. You feel this pulling at your gut, and you see this passage of space and time all around you. For a moment, you swear you see stars and just the night sky all around you, but filled with these bright green streaks of light, and then beyond them, colored streaks, like an aurora, but in every color of the rainbow. And then there's just this whipping, flashing motion, this horrible epilepsy-inducing just light show. And then all at once, there's just a whoop, and you're somewhere. You're in a building. It's the late afternoon going into evening. The sky is still blue, but you can tell it'll be yellow soon as you look out through the windows. You can see that there are bright, brilliant pink cherry blossoms that kind of line the streets outside. You can hear chatter and movement and activity of people out on the streets behind you. You hear a horse kind of pass down on the cobble streets. And in front of you, inside of this building, you see a counter, like you're in a pharmacy of some sort, or a store or something. You can see that there are tall shelves that are just filled with colored liquids and potions of all sort. You can see that there are liquor and beer and wine that are kind of lining the shelf. And then also underneath the counter, there are a bunch of display cases with various herbs and tonics and drugs, things of an illicit nature as well. After, just like 5 or 10 seconds of sitting there, you hear a voice coming from a stairwell that leads down into this, like, we're closing soon. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you come in. We open back up in the morning if you want, unless it's urgent. And you hear very light footsteps as a very short tabaxi, kind of yellow golden fur, makes his way down and looks to you. It's like...
Before they reach down... Oh, wait, no, How long has it been since... That probably faded by now. I looked like purple tabaxi, kinda. Well,
Oh yeah, you were like the Sphinx Cat sort of deal?
Yeah, but that was like... I cast that at the very beginning outside this dungeon. I think that's gone by now.
Does it require concentration?
No, it doesn't.
How long does it last?
This guy's self lasts 1 hour, so I'll just recast it
yeah,
before
you need
they
to recast.
come down. Yeah, I'll recast it before they go down.
Cool. And eventually this very short yellow cat kind of makes his way down the stairs. It's like, if it's urgent, I guess I can help real quick. We do have a sale on the bramble wine over there, actually, half price right now, if you want. Potions are a little short supply just because of the war going on. But if you're quick, we got like 8 minutes before I got a game to attend, actually. So, very important business.
Oh, what kind of game?
Cards. Lots of money on this one. I'm going to win it big tonight. I can feel it.
Is it a popular game here?
Oh, very, very,
Wherever
very.
this is?
Have you never been before?
Oh, I'm just visiting.
Where are you from?
South.
Boy, well, the desert's not a hospitable place, but that does explain your weird fur. Anyway.
I don't have fur.
Well, yes, I've noted that's, I guess that is kind of, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, I'm sorry, I started this on the wrong foot. Well, anyway, I hope you enjoy your time here. Welcome to Kamombo. This is Mustard's Mixtures. What do you want?
Oh my god.
A map.
I'm about to say, this sounds a lot like mustard.
He just said mustard.
I was hoping for it to be, and here we are.
Well, first of all, I would like a map, and that's where we end.
Perfect. We'll pick up next week there.
Because I'm going to be a little late next week, could I do one thing?
Sure.
I just wanted to talk to Uno a little bit longer.
All right. Go for
Perfect.
So after like reading over the note, I'm looking over. You it seems you kind of are thinking the same thing I'm thinking. I'm going to ungag you. I have one question. Please, please don't make me regret this.
She nods.
I undo it. I take out her gag. For first off, who is the card master?
She starts to scribble, and then it only comes out as scribbles, and she looks frustrated, and she bangs her hand against the floor again a couple
I
times.
did ungag her.
She does not seem to change her behavior. She continues to scribble
Okay.
on the floor. And she thinks for a moment, and then eventually draws.
Let me guess. Kobold with one red eye and one black eye?
She draws that. And when you mention a kobold with one red eye and one black eye, she draws that check mark.
Joker, right?
She taps the check mark.
You can't speak, can you?
Taps the check mark.
Can you write? Spell?
She gives kind of a confused and a little bit stern and grumpy face, and then she like puts the chalk down and she tries, and it just comes out as just scribbles,
Okay.
jitterish.
All right, I'll pick it up and I'll draw an X and a check mark.
She
Okay.
nods. Yeah, she gets it.
Do you know Joker?
Taps the check mark.
He doesn't happen to be your father, does he?
She kind of goes back and forth between the two.
Do you think he might be related to you or something?
She kind of like does the with her hand.
Can you read?
She kind of like she motions for her note that you're still holding on to.
I'll show her the note.
She squints at it a little bit, and she kind of does the.
Could you read before?
She taps the check mark.
Could you speak before?
For this part, she's going to reach back down. She will draw a new check mark, but then she draws an arrow like that.
Uh, okay. Time. Something with some time ago, maybe.
Yeah, she nods to
A
that.
long time ago.
Yep, nods emphatically.
That nods emphatically.
Yep.
Okay.
And even when Nomad connected with you telepathically, you could not communicate.
She nods.
Could you hear him?
She nods, yeah.
Was this done to you by someone else?
Kind of waves her hand.
Did you do it to yourself? On purpose or an accident?
She will start drawing.
Gotcha. you've been resurrected, and the cost was your ability to communicate.
She
That
nods.
sounds extremely frustrating.
She gives like a yeah, it sure fucking is nod.
Hmm. Um. Hmm. You seem fairly willing to communicate with me. Is this yes or no? Yes or no?
She doesn't even let you finish. She just taps the skull, shakes her head.
Were you brought back by that weird dragon thing that gave you your orders?
She gives like a reluctant nod, like, you know, maybe there's more going on, but yeah.
Okay. Did you want to come back?
She nods with her eyes wide open. She taps the skull and gives a thumbs down.
I'm assuming, I know that the afterlife's kind of all out of whack.
She nods.
Are you trying to fix things? Or the people you're working with trying to fix things?
She nods, but there's a little kind of uncertainty to it. You know, it's a little reluctant.
Okay. Are you working with them against your will?
She shakes her head, no.
It's really important. Okay. Does Joker have something to do with what's currently going on?
She shakes her head, no.
Cardmaster. Is he known? Is that another name he's known by widely?
She gives like a yeah, kinda.
Have I ever heard of the name Cardmaster?
You could give me a history check.
Do I get advantage because humanoids or no?
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, but if we're gonna call it after Ace and Uno's little chat, I think I'm gonna call it myself.
Good
Go
night.
get
Friend,
some
yeah.
snooze in.
Yeah, we'll wrap up right after
All
this. And you guys can
Alright.
decide what you want to do with everything.
Right.
I know
Oh.
what I out of character want to do, which is dive into this and see more other worlds.
For what it's worth, Ace, as you're having this conversation, you can see that the black hole is slowly shrinking.
Okay.
Cool. We're all gonna go to Komombo and see Mustard,
There's the problem. It seems to be a
or
random
just all to
generated-
random worlds.
Yeah.
Campaign over. We're just planting seeds for new campaigns.
No, this just means we're gonna play this campaign forever because we have
I'm not going fucking
dude.
anywhere. My maid's
several.
dead. He can lay in it.
No, I agree.
At
Alright,
the moment we level up, I'm learning Blue Veil and coming back. It's fine.
Also, Gale, take 54 HP.
Well, thank you.
That was a good heal.
It was.
That is a real good heal, Jesus.
Your spells are like 5th level now, right?
Yep.
That makes sense.
All
I'm
right.
excited.
Does roll pick up next time?
Heck,
Yes.
would you like me to roll a new character?
Um,
For the purpose of doing things
what are the?
next session.
This is a
Well,
lot,
no,
and I'm,
bad does
I'm
stuff.
sure there will probably be some discussion. But like, do you guys plan on going in after him or not?
Hell no.
He grabbed a rock. He's fine.
Yeah, he gave
Yeah,
you. He
I'm-
canonically gives you a thumbs up before going in screaming for
Yeah.
science.
I'm under the assumption that he is going to a different place on probably this plane and is going to
Yeah.
teleport back here very soon. And I'm probably going to be very distraught when he does not do this.
All right. Then I'll talk with you, Nomad, between sessions. We might have to do a short solo thing to figure that out. You might need to roll a new character, but we'll see.
You might need to find
That's
patches.
sweet.
Might need to find the other patches.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna connect all the patches. They're what relates all
So
reality.
many goddamn patches.
Before we
Patch
end,
eye?
though, what do I know of Cardmaster?
Right, with that 21, you've never heard the term. I mean, she's clearly
Okay.
using it to refer to him, but you've never heard of it.
Oh, she's a famous like monster capturer somewhere.
Hey.
Ha ha ha. That's Card Captor.
Close enough. Can that be a class? That sounds like a really cool class.
I would let anyone like flavor their thing with cards and stuff. I'm not familiar
There
with
is
Card Captor
no
to know how it works.
person.
I literally made a class for this.
Oh, is it like a
It's
summoner?
called a companion.
I guess that
isn't it?
makes sense, yeah. I would love to. Drake's Summoner was really cool. I'd love to take a stab at it sometime.
Also, I love this
Yes.
communicate only say like yes and no. It's so difficult. How does she ever order food? She can't even read. She just
I will find out.
you lose a brother and you gain a sister.
I will be playing